Tá bom.
Dia. Tá ok? Okay. Bom dia a todas e todos.
Good morning,
Good
everyone.
morning, everybody.
Bom dia.
Buenos dias.
Buenos
Eu
dias.
sou Karine Gurgel.
I am Karina Gurgel.
Eu sou Karine Gurgel. É uma imensa honra
And
estar
for me,
aqui
it's
com
an
todos
honor for me to be
vocês.
here with all of you.
Vou pedir minutinho aqui para ajustar
I
o
would
áudio.
like to ask you to wait for a minute for some adjustments.
Então, como eu havia falado, peço desculpa.
As I've
É uma
already
imensa
said, I
honra estar aqui
apologize. It's
nesse
an honor
evento.
for me to be in this
Cearense,
event
um evento que
as
nos
a
honra
person,
de
a
ter
local
sediado
person.
aqui em Fortaleza,
I'm very
cidade
happy
onde
for it to be
nasci e
hosted in
cresci.
Fortaleza, my hometown,
E
where I grew
prazer
up.
imenso observar esse movimento,
So it's very
grandes
nice to see
talentos e
lots of
empresas
beautiful
extremamente
talent,
importantes
great
aqui para o
companies, important
cenário
companies
local,
that are very important
nacional
for the local
e
scenario
mundial.
as well as the
Então,
national one
hoje,
too,
terei dois
and all over the
momentos muito
world.
importantes aqui no evento.
We're going to have very important moments here
Começarei
in the event,
a honra, o prazer de
and
conversar com o Dr. Roberto
we're
Valle.
going to talk to Dr.
Ele é
Roberto Valle.
diretor técnico da Huawei Digital Power no Brasil.
He's one of the
Possui doutorado
directors of
pela
Huawei.
USP e atua na área de
He also
energia
studied at
solar,
USB, and he
baterias desde
works with solar
2006.
energy
Seja muito
since he's been
bem-vindo.
working with that
Ele
since
passa a palavra agora.
2006. I hand it over to you.
Obrigado, Karina.
Thank you very much, Karina.
É prazer estar aqui, né?
I'm very happy
Depois
to
de
be
muito
here
tempo aqui,
after
quando
such a
eu
long
era
time.
pesquisador, tive a oportunidade de visitar várias áreas aqui
I
no
had
Ceará,
opportunities to visit different
Itapipoca,
places in
Quixadá,
Ceará,
Quixeramobim. Eu
Itapipoca,
lembro que
Quixeramobim,
cheguei
different
até
cities
lá em
here,
cima, Sobral, visitei vários lugares,
Sobral.
conhecendo
I
a
visited lots
realidade
of
da energia
places,
solar, né? A
and I was
necessidade
checking
que a
how
energia solar podia
the
fazer
solar
justamente
energy
para fornecer
is doing
água, para
here. Some
fornecer
potential, some
energia para os
possibilities to provide
moradores do
power
sertanejo.
to
E
help people
hoje
that
eu estou
live in the
numa área que
countryside.
não deixa de ser uma área de pesquisa, né? Uma área de
And I live in an
aplicação,
area where we
trazendo
have
os
to do
produtos
lots of
atuais, não
research.
somente na
We're
parte do
trying to
solar,
create
mas
products
também
that
na
are going
parte
to solve those
armazenamento. Então, a
problems.
palestra de hoje
Also
vai falar
concerning storage
como que o
too, not just
armazenamento da
powering.
energia, né, as
How can we
baterias, como são
store energy?
chamadas,
What can we
pode
say about
mudar
those
o panorama
batteries? And
energético
how can
aqui
we
no Brasil.
change the situation, the energetic situation here in
Obrigada
Brazil?
aí por antecipar o que temos
Thank you,
nesses
Doctor.
minutos que teremos a seguir.
Thank you for anticipating and giving us a little
Conversar com
glimpse of what
você,
we're
Dr.
going to
Roberto,
see.
sobre essa
Talking to
pauta
you,
é
Dr.
algo
Roberto,
realmente muito
is certainly
significativo. Eu
very
atuo hoje em dia
significant for
como
me.
Head Leader de Inovação e Transformação Digital no Governo
It's
do
very
Estado do
important for us
Ceará.
to see
Projeto
the
apoiado pelo
necessity
governo,
of
pela
having the
Casa
digital
Civil, está sediado
transformation,
na
and
Casa
it's been
Civil.
supported by many different institutions
São
here in the state.
experiências,
And
carregamos
we really
experiências muito
need
exitosas nesse projeto.
experiences. We need to
Em
exchange
parcerias
experiences and see the
também
good
muito
results that you've
exitosas,
been having.
inclusive com a Huawei, né? O governo do estado atua muito
We've had
proximamente.
partnerships with
Então, a
the
gente tem
state
trabalhado
government
lá
that has
num
been
tema muito
working
voltado para o
together,
cidadão,
hand in hand,
para
together
aproximar
with the
esse público
communities too.
a cidadãs e cidadãos cearenses.
So
E
that's
por meio
a
da
real
transformação
benefit to all
digital,
of
nós
the
entendemos que
citizens
esse
here in
trabalho ele pode
Ceará.
ser otimizado, né? É um
We
tema
know
que
that
não
all of
podemos
that can be
deixar de falar.
optimized. We can
O
improve on that
governo, a
work.
sociedade, enfim,
If
os outros
everybody works
setores que
together,
eles
the government,
conectados
society,
precisam
if all the
dialogar.
sectors are
E na nossa
connected.
conversa aqui, a gente vai
So in
falar,
our conversation
na
here,
verdade, sobre como a transformação
we're
digital
going to
pode
talk about how
impulsionar
this
a
digital
transição
transformation can
energética,
foster
né? A gente não
energy
pode
transition.
pensar numa transição energética efetiva
We
sem
can't think of an
uma transformação
effective
digital
energy
ajudando,
transition
colaborando
without thinking
e
of
indo
a
junto
digital
para
transformation.
impulsionar e
So So we have to work together in order to make that all possible and have good results. So now I'm going to hand it over back to you.
Perfeito, Karina.
Very good,
E é
Karina.
justamente isso.
So that's what I'm
O nome da
talking
unidade de
about.
negócios, eu vou levantar aqui porque eu prefiro ser um pouquinho mais e ter uma proximidade maior com vocês.
So I really want to come close to you as I discuss this subject.
Digital Power. E por que Huawei Digital Power? Porque a gente acredita que quando a
So
gente
we really
fornece
believe in our company that when we
esses serviços de energia,
supply,
trazer
when we
inovação
provide those
solar,
services, this
ela tem que estar
innovation,
associada
solar
com a parte
innovation,
digital. Digital
we
é
believe that it has to be
fornecer
associated with all the digital aspects that are
medidas de
related.
inteligência artificial para
You
identificar
have to use
problemas em
AI to identify
essas baterias que eu vou falar
in
agora.
loco
Podem
problems,
sofrer,
problems
né,
that
com falhas na
that appear
operação, na
at the
manutenção.
place
Precisa de
where we
dados,
make
né,
those
que sejam
implementations. We need
controlados e
data. We need to
monitorados
control everything, to
por
keep track of
operador
everything.
usando inteligência
We need
artificial para que
operators
não
that might be able
aconteçam
to, might
siniscros.
be
A mesma
enabled
coisa com a energia
to
solar.
use
Essas
AI.
grandes usinas que têm
So
milhares
those
de
big
módulos
power
instalados,
plants that have
elas podem ser
thousands
gerenciadas por
of different pieces of
problemas
equipment
usando a parte
installed,
de inteligência
they
artificial.
can be better
E,
managed if we
como eu vou
use
falar aqui,
AI.
né, já adiantando,
And I'm going to give you again
essa
a little
é a
glimpse of
grande força
everything.
da Huawei. Quem não conhece a Huawei, eu vou comentar dois pontos
I'm
importantes.
going to tell you a little bit about
Empresa
Hawaii.
número em
It's the number
aplicação de
one company
patentes no mundo. Entre todas as
in
empresas do mundo, entre todos os
implementations
setores.
and
Entre
investments
todas as empresas do mundo,
in
a Huawei é
new
número
applications.
5, né, em investimentos de P&D. Então,
So
essa força
we
que a
really work
Huawei
hard
traz,
in
obviamente,
investments
não
to make it more
somente
cutting
trabalhando
edge.
com a parte de
We're not just
telecomunicações,
working
que
with
foi a
telecommunications,
base da indústria da Huawei,
which is
mas também
the
trabalhando
foundation
com
of our company,
armazenamento de dados
but we
em
also
nuvem,
work with data
processamento
storage
de dados em
in
nuvem
the
e
cloud,
utilizando
the
todas
processing
essas
of that data,
tecnologias para
and we use
diversas
all of
áreas,
that
incluindo a
technology,
energia solar.
and we also add to it
E
the
não é
solar
porque uma
energy.
empresa chinesa, né, que a
And
Huawei
well, it
não
is Chinese.
olha
It's a
aqui o
Chinese
Brasil
company.
como país importante.
But
A
we
Huawei está
see
aqui
that
há
Brazil
mais de
has got a
26
big
anos
potential too.
trabalhando
We've been
com
working here for
5
over
escritórios
16 years
regionais
in
espalhados,
5
né?
different
O mais
offices
próximo aqui é
spread all
o
over the
escritório do
country.
Recife.
The
Nós temos em
closest
São
one
Paulo
to
e
Ceará
Rio,
is
em
the one in
Brasília,
Recife, but we've got one in
vários
São
centros
Paulo, another one in
logísticos
Rio,
alocados, né?
Curitiba,
E
different offices all
principalmente
over the
trazendo
country.
esta linha de produtos. A área de
And
telecomunicação,
now we've been working with all
a
of those
área
products,
de armazenamento de
telecommunications,
dados em nuvem,
cloud
a área de
storage.
produtos como este smartwatch, computadores,
We work with computers, we
celulares
work with
e
smartphones,
a área de digital power onde pertenço, né? Tem outras áreas
and
sim,
many
aqui de
other
desenvolvimento de chips,
technological areas.
transistores, que é muito importante, e também a área de desenvolvimento de carros elétricos. Então,
We're
olha
also
aqui,
working with electric
nossos
cars at the
números são
moment.
bem interessantes.
We have very interesting numbers,
Dei um spoiler aqui,
a bit of
voltou.
statistics now.
A Digital Power hoje tem 12 centros de pesquisa
So
no
Digital
mundo,
Power
mais de 2.000
has,
patentes ativas,
which is
né?
one of our
Mais de
departments, has
10.000
many
funcionários
offices
trabalhando somente em P&D.
around the world,
E olha o investimento que a gente faz.
and we have had big investments.
23%, mais de 20%
More than
do valor das
20%
receitas é
of
investido
our
para
revenues
outra vez,
are
né,
invested in
trazer
those
novas
improvements
tecnologias.
to bring in new technologies to the company.
E as 4 áreas principais. A primeira,
And
a
the
energia
main
solar,
areas
que
is,
hoje
well,
o
the first
Ceará,
one
né, o
is
Estado do Ceará
solar
é
energy, solar
grandes
power.
produtores de
We know that
energia
Ceará has
elétrica
a big
utilizando
potential
fontes
when it comes to
solares.
the production
A
of
segunda
electricity
é o
and power.
armazenamento, o que é o tema principalmente desta palestra, né?
So
Como
the
que as
main
tecnologias de
focus of this
armazenamento
lecture
de
is
energia
storage. How can we
podem
store
mudar, primeiro,
energy and how can we
fortalecendo a
change what we've been
rede,
doing
permitindo a inserção de
lately?
mais fontes intermitentes
So
como a solar e a eólica.
we
E
need to actually
segundo,
work
resolvendo alguns
with
problemas da indústria.
renewable energy, such as the
A
solar
terceira
one and
área
also the
é a
wind
área
power.
de missão crítica. Elas
Another
começou a
pillar that
parte
we
data
have to
center.
focus
Data
on
centers são
is data center
tipo de indústria
management.
que
We know
requer
that data center
consumo
is
energético muito elevado,
something that
né?
requires a
Por isso
lot
que
of
medidas de
energy.
eficiência
You
energética são
consume a lot of
importantes.
energy in that
É por
segment. So
isso
we really
que
need to find
manter a estabilidade e o
solutions
funcionamento
and
dos
find
data centers também é
stability
importante. A gente traz
to
essa
those data
infraestrutura.
centers.
E
So
essa
we
mesma
really try to
infraestrutura
work on
pode ser
that in our
aplicada,
company.
por exemplo, para outros centros de negócios. Por
And all of
imagine
that
uma
can be
fábrica,
applied to
uma
to
fábrica
different
que produz
businesses. We can
papel.
think of a
Se em
factory
algum
that produces
momento
paper, for
esteja onde
example.
está passando celulose
If the mill,
parar
for example,
para
when
tirar
the
todo esse
substances, the
material,
raw
né,
material
parar
is
porque foi
passing
uma
on, if it
falha
stops because
energética,
there is a,
qualquer
a, a
da luz,
a power problem. We can imagine all of this, the results, the consequences, lots of wasted time. We have a waste of raw material. It's not something that we want. We also talk about vehicles. So one of the biggest power plants in the world is Shanghai, which is called Shanghai, is using some of the equipment from our company. I'm going to speak about that a little later. They're using Huawei technology. And one of the power plants in Brazil, the biggest one in Brazil, is also using our technology. We've got some expressive numbers. It's not the focus of this lecture, of course. But the #1 printer factory in the world is Huawei in Brazil. So those are very expressive numbers from our company. And we were also working with storage. I know that I'm a bit late with the time, but we know that storage is important because when your country increases on the production of electricity with intermittent sources, there is a lack of stability. So we really want that. So we need new sources of energy. We need technologies that will help out with that stability. There can be thermoelectric, there can be batteries that already store energy. So using AI is also key. No, we know that it's more common today. We have to use it to detect problems with the modules, for example, to increase the production of the power plant. This is something that we've been working on since 2016. And we have to work with solar energy and storage together. And we've been doing that since 2020. And 4 years later, now, we know that that is feasible. It's completely doable. And it's also common to see, we've had some discussions about that too. Last year, on the 15th of August, here in Quixadá, in Ceará, we had a little problem, a malfunction. Lots of power plants were disconnected or off, out of power. That was not good. We had a meeting yesterday because our expert showed that Brazil, actually, he was on the news globally as an example of what could be improved on that power plant network. So that was quite funny. When we have an electric power off in different power plants because of natural events, for example, we've had that in different countries like in Australia and China. Okay, those things might happen. Problems, well, they're just possible. So we have to try to mitigate those risks. For example, in China today, and this is an illustration, it's obligatory for wind power plants and solar power plants to have stored energy for auxiliary services. So in this little map, all the green part, you can see where the storage for solar energy is obligatory. You can see that in the green part. And one part here is just for solar energy. The other one is just for wind energy. I don't know if you've been to China, but in this region that I'm showing you, it's the big consumers of energy. And the big generators of solar energy are here, where I'm showing you. It's quite similar to Brazil. In Brazil, to the southeastern region, we see that that's where we see the consumption. The consume of energy is way better there, or way more significant there, sorry. So in China, it is obligatory for them to have batteries. We also can think about some European countries. They don't have it's not that easy for them to have water-based electricity sources. But we have some examples of wind power that has been implemented there. So we have some auctions, some service auctions to provide those resources.
E potência firme, né? Agora a gente está tendo o primeiro leilão de reserva de capacidade aqui no Brasil.
Reserve regulation and firm power, and what we see in Brazil is very similar to what we see in other countries. They are the form of using batteries to mitigate the effects of the intermittent sources which are necessary to keep maintenance of energy, is actually to do this bids to offer this auxiliary services to the network. And the last case, which is actually very similar to what we have in Brazil, is Chile's case. In Chile, the difference is we have the large conductor energy center to conduct energy, and consumer centers are here. We here produce a lot of eolic energy as well, and there we don't have this minimum limit for liquidity. So those who produce energy in large amounts will have to sell it by zero price, and that makes any power plant unfeasible. So the energy is going to zero with a better value. So this is something we could be doing here. So this was the main reason where we started the industry of batteries in Chile. And in Brazil, is what in Xiaomi's situation is not different. The first is this PALCO curve, we call it, but with a name 2UU. I don't know the Brazilian bird's name. What we have a really ramp up that need when we have power and solar energy, we have to offer electric energy, and then we have a very constant situation. And Ceará and Rio Grande do Norte are the states that suffer the most for this problem, this issue. So batteries would help mitigate this kind of issue, because in the end you can work with off-grid systems, and in Brazil we have many locations where we have only generation powered by diesel, and this could be partly or entirely replaced by solar or batteries. And we have many cases nowadays of locations, industries, homes, which are suffering with the energy cut-off system issue. And the first one is backup, and battery could also help reduce energy bills, be it for arbitrating energy or for sending connected energy. And in the part of generation and transmission, this is how we can postpone investment on substations or places where you put them, especially for transmission and distribution substations. They can work, and at the same time maximize the revenue for the power plants which are currently operating, and mitigate risks and offer services to the network. So, skipping this part a bit, let me advance. Huawei has technology. We have a stand here to talk, and Marcos and I are here to have availability to talk about it later. But the main point here is we use AI on the cells to improve optimization and to find issues that may be on the first side where operators cannot see, because we're talking about thousands of cells which could be installed inside those equipment items. And then I'm skipping this part a bit because of time and to have more gains here. So those who are interested can talk to me. I can show you later in a more, with more ease, right? So as I mentioned here, oh, sorry. So now, thinking about safety, always think about safety, because batteries are equipment which, if it's not well equipped and operated, and it doesn't have all the manufacturer procedures adequate, they could catch fire. So Huawei is very well versed in this, and we have all technologies to mitigate this risk. And then here, real fast, to speed up this fast, the grid form, we can talk about this later, but it's a success case when we have, which can illustrate. This is a Mar Vermelho project. This is the largest mini 1.3 gigabyte per hour, the largest one in the mini grid industry in the world. And the number of containers installed here, you see. So, and this is a city, you can even see the video, so you can have a look as I speak. Well, it's a city that for long time it uh, had services done by diesel powered equipment, but Saudi Arabia, the government said, well, we need to decarbonize the city. So they started battery power plant and solar energy there. So in the city they have hotels, airports, and they have everything. This city is 100%. I cannot say well, let's say 99% served by this power plant. And you see the construction and how installation of batteries is somehow simpler. And then you see then other types of power plants, and you see the pillars. But well, the main point here is safety. Imagine if one of those containers faced issues, the whole city could catch fire. So it's very important inside Huawei. Oh, another city to mention, we can say Singapore. It's for those who want to understand how the grid form technology works there. It's an upgrade for technology of conventional batteries. Then we tested issues with the network and how it could be improved. And it's very important in substations and in substations which are suffering with hard time, and they can be improved with grid form technology. And here another point. Let me move on here. Another point we did in Shanghai. We tested all the technologies, and in Mexico we are doing the same things taking place. Grid technology is being tested by the operator. And here I'm gonna be showing, so you don't think I'm a liar. I'm a liar. So cases from China. Let me see. Let me show you here. And here, this one is in Brazil, in Espírito Santo. One among the 20 power plants that's being built by my Matrix, our partner, and they're using standalone applications. They're not connected to any generation system, and it's used to maximize the revenue for the power plants and consumers who want to have this battery but don't have to pay for it, because it's a different model that which is included in the PPA which is hired with Matrix. And today we have over 60 megawatts per hour in several locations installed. And then, oops, the videos. And then here are the cases. For example, in Peru, it can also happen in Brazil. Like mining companies have very distant, remote locations, so batteries could solve the issue. And another important case, many grids also in Peru. What we are doing one similar similar to that in Brazil, are locations that now are supplied by diesel powered, and can reduce this supply, because this supply, depending on the time, there's a time of the draft and the opposite. Well, and then we say it's very expensive. And if we're thinking about the decarbonization, solar power batteries can help. So we did a project here very similar from an independent producer that now installed a solar power plant, and then we got to reduce the diesel consumption in a considerable way. So many cases here, but it's a short time. But those who want to talk a bit further, Marco and I are present, and we have the stands, and we are available for you. Thank you very much. Oh, my contact for those who want, here's my WhatsApp QR code. Dr. Roberto, I'm marveled by the opportunity of being able to revisit some of these so important data brought by Huawei to the international scenario. I had the chance to be in China last December, and we've visited some installations, and it was an immersion program in AI and governance. And it was a great pleasure being able to get in touch with the source of all that, where the very thought of all this comes up, and it's your commitment with all that. And in your speech, sobriety calls my attention. Sobriety that the company has with this, and I could witness all that when visiting installations. And you mentioned even about batteries and the concern company has with safety for this product, which comes as an offer to the market. I could see with my very own eyes this sobriety where the company works on this agenda, and there are specific slides that caught my eye, and in parallel with my area where I work with up close is the need for convergence and energy transition and digital conversion. And there's a map of China in one slide that mentions the climate diversity and the diversity of conditions existing there, and it had a parallel to what we have here in Brazil. So, and also another one mentioned the relevance of this type of innovative technology, as you have mentioned, this type of battery, and how conditions offered between northeast and southeast, north and south in Brazil could be somehow combined, and boosting of these effective technologies. This is what we've been seeking and discussing in this moment in the event. A very important one. I believe we have 5 minutes before we can give the floor to the next one. But well, have you already made your space at Huawei stand to talk a bit further? But well, I've got curious to know how does it work internally for you? I mean, are there any projects or existing projects regarding Brazil? You've mentioned there's one in Espírito Santo, but there are other ones, and I'd like to know if there's anything being prospected, being researched for the Northeast. Uh, as you've reiterated yourself, there are very interesting climatic conditions in our states, and they could be compared with the product offered, the battery product offered. So, well, perfect. Well, in the solar area, we have a strong operation in Brazil. In Northeast is a region, given the conditions, very privileged ones. We have users here for solar energy, and we have another one in this Atibaia or Atiaia. I forgot my mind got in blank for the right name. And we have other power plants is in Mauriti, working on providing energy. But the part of batteries, it's going to be a novelty here. Yeah, and we have some applications in low size, for example. Given the knowing the capacity that's open, probably it's something like one city hall might be benefited with this technology, and at all times, uh, not only solar energy and power plant and eolic will be benefited by this technology. And I say within 1 to 2 years, we will have these projects here in the Ceará state. Well, it's great to hear about this time expectation and be able to count with this type of technology in the state Ceará. And Ceará is a revolutionizing tool, and we know that I see that Huawei has been in the market since 1987. It's got history that can be shared and benefited by our country in the whole world. So I thank you for your mentions and I'll be visiting you at your stand. I'll talk to you about AI. There's a very interesting slide where Dr. talks about how these batteries could be better managed, so optimized in their use, and the whole energy scheme provided and offered by Huawei with by using AI. So I thank you then opportunity and to the event organization. I thank you for the opportunity of being here with Dr. Roberto and with this renowned professional that he has given us from his with your words. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bem, agora nós vamos
Now
começar o
we're
nosso segundo
going
momento.
to start our second session.
Honrada com a presença do representante da Angola Cables,
I'm
o
very
Dr.
happy
Yuri
to
Jorge,
receive
que
to
engenheiro
welcome here Dr.
eletricista,
Yuri Jorge
especialista em
from
gestão de
Angola.
ambientes críticos,
He is a specialist in managing critical
Instituto,
environments.
gerente de operações dos data centers da Angola Cables no Brasil.
He
Seja
also
bem-vindo.
works for Angola Cables. Welcome, Dr. Yuri.
É prazer estar aqui
It's a pleasure for me to be here,
para poder contribuir pouquinho com
and I'd like to contribute a little bit
voltada para data center, né?
on this topic
ideia é
about
trazer pouquinho
energy and data centers. I'd like to tell you a little bit about our reality in Angola.
questão de transformação de energia, o processo digital.
This whole digital processes
A ideia é que vocês
processes
entendam que
is very, very
essa
relevant.
transformação ela tem impactado na questão positiva
All of that
do
has
data center.
caused an effect, a positive effect on the data center management.
Hello,
Hello, I'm Karine Gurgel. If you were not following the discussion before, our objective here is to build a parallel, an analysis to discuss where all of that converges, the energy transformation, the digital transformation, and the energy transition. These are the most important things that we are discussing today. So we are also counting with the coordinator of the Innovation Laboratory in Casa Civil, the Civil House. That is a very important initiative for the national context, an international one too. Still speaking about data center innovation. And we are trying to get all of the governments to be close together, to come close and work together. We also want to include citizens and the population, to put them in the middle of the discussion so that the government might be able to manage and organize the state and all the related sectors to foster union. We really want all of those internal policies to be carried out. So we're here with Dr. Yuri presenting cables, Angola Cables. So we're going to be discussing with him this possibility of energy transition in order to meet the high demands of energy consumption. So our doctor here is responsible for all of that, and we're going to discuss digital transformation. Dr. Yuri, we have already spoken before. Angola Cables is very successful, especially here in our states. We have one of your data centers is here in Praia do Futuro. It was a hallmark in Ceará. The coming and the installing of your enterprise here was very revolutionary for the local scenario, and also for the scenario, the national and international scenarios. We are in Ceará, which is a very privileged area when it comes to submarine cables, our connection with other countries. Our geographic position is very favorable for all of that. Implementation, it attracts lots of investors. And now we want to hear that experience from you. How has it been, the process of installing, of bringing your company here, the evolution from the very beginning? Thank you very much. When we speak about data centers, there are very important things that there's something that people need to understand. Data centers are bridges that connects the whole world on a global scale. It's a critical environment. So for us to operate a data center, we need to be resilient when it comes to the energy consumption, especially when it comes to connectivity throughout the whole system. So when we started with all of that, still adding to the last lecture, when we spoke about the storage of energy, we need data centers to think about that philosophy, because the energy costs in data centers is not cheap at all. It's very costly. So decarbonization, energetic efficiency, those things have become very important topics when working with data centers. So we're trying to really improve those systems, because that's a very real need, a necessity that we have in the segment. So when we talk about energetic costs, we really understand why that transformation, that transition is important. When we started operating here in Ceará, when we had a partnership with Angola Cables to have this connectivity, the submarine implementation, that was in 2017. We built the sites, we prepared the systems to receive the cables and start the operations. The studies that we carried out for the consumption of energy of each hack was 2 kilowatts and up to 4. Now, when we talk about energetic consumption, we usually mention 14 kilowatts. But today we speak of 50 kilowatts. 50 kilowatts are a possibility too in the world. So that it's growing really fast. For us to be resilient in data center, we really need to think about that transition, that transformation, digital transformation, for us to be able to meet that demand. So when talking about data centers, when we don't talk about efficiency and effectiveness, this is connected to the storage of energy, equipment that generates better effectiveness, a better performance, then we end up having a disadvantage when delivering our service. For example, when we talk about new equipment, when we talk about refrigerating services, high quality cutting edge refrigeration services, when we refrigerate the equipment, we do it directly to that piece of equipment, which means that that system is having a superior consumption of energy than what we expected. The tendency is that it's ever increasing. The consumption tends to augment, to increase. So it's very important that we find renewable energy sources to meet that demand in order to also contribute for the decarbonization of the segment. We're trying to work with green data centers. We know that in Brazil, this is a distant reality. There are some systems that have started those practices, but it's still little. In our site, we have some plants, some solar panel plants. It's not sufficient. It doesn't suffice. It's not really enough, but it's already a help. That helps already decarbonizing. But it's not enough to supply, to meet all the demand. So that's our topic here. I'd like to bring up what kind of solutions has your company tried to find? Always focusing on the local scenario. I know that you're building on those solutions, trying to decarbonize. But what about other solutions that you've already identified and worked on implementing? Like always having in mind, bearing in mind those needs. Maybe we can discuss that a little bit since it's a very urgent topic. How has the company, your company, approached those needs and preparing for all of that? The big advantage of all of that is that the retrofeed is something that stabilizes very fast and that meets the demand that we have in the market. When we speak about our operations and functions, the growth of that kind of consumption was already shown, was already to be seen before we expected. So what we decided to do was to prepare an infrastructure that was adaptable to that big demand that the market has. So this anticipation by the company has made it all easier to meet this demand, this market demand. So when we speak of hacks that consume more energy, we have to think of the physical space in its entirety. We need to have enough space to store all of that equipment, and we want that consumption to be supplied, and we don't want it to get in the way of the operations. So this is something that we've been preparing for. Something else that we've been doing, it's already taken place right at the beginning of our operation. We were not inserted in Mercado Livre, the free market. We are trying to find and use renewable energy sources. We don't want to emit GHGs. So we're really trying to work on that partnership for decarbonizing. That's what we want, reducing CO2 emission. And this is a very big demand by data centers. That is grand. That is amazing. We're talking about scales, which is a very important term for those who work with data centers, but we're also talking about infrastructures that will make it more feasible to have adaptability and to adequate to this new reality, the need of growth and new energy sources. Those numbers are very significant when we compare the size of those pieces of equipment that have come to Brazil right at the beginning of the operation. The need of energetic charge of the current pieces of equipment, and that number, 50 kilowatts, it's appalling. It's something that mesmerizes us, and it also moves us to think about what we can do. What are the solutions that are feasible so that that scenario can be offered in the market? Inevitably, it's going to have to happen due to the increasing need for information. So what kind of solutions have been presented? What studies have been carried out? How have we been able to connect those things together? What are the climatic circumstances that have been relevant to all of that? Those discussions are very relevant to us. In the second semester of last year, 2023, I went to South Korea, and they wanted to promote the knowledge of solution for those green data centers, how to implement them. I was surprised. I was very pleased to see how they took adverse climatic circumstances to actually make it easier to foster the use of clean energy sources and to propitiate the spreading of tons of pieces of information and data, powering companies that are around them, not just themselves. So those solutions actually do exist. They take advantage of climatic circumstances to refrigerate data centers. That's another point that I would like us to talk a bit about, which is refrigeration. What kind of energies or energy sources can we use? So speaking about your professional experiences, I'd like to know what are the tendencies that we see in the market? What glimpse can we have for the future on the long run? Also speaking about the international scenario. Speaking of refrigeration, when we talk about 50 kilowatts in the market, we've been trying to find different methods, different refrigeration methods, where we immerse the equipment in a refrigerating liquid, and then that takes away all the heat of that equipment, and it operates back to 85% of its capacity. It's not possible to do that 100%. And part of the equipment cannot undergo that process. So we've been trying to work on those different kinds of technology. And when we talk about refrigeration, we have to think in an ecological way. Because when refrigeration usually takes inferior consumption, we don't consume a lot of energy. So it's possible to find renewable energy sources that will not really have that high of a demand.
Se a gente não pensar sempre em eficiência, sempre a gente vai ter muitas perdas e, consequentemente, a nossa fonte ela vai precisar gerar muito mais do que a gente precisa.
And then we would have lots of losses if we have this, and consequences will be big. I'm going to talk about the numbers here, not exactly the right proportion. It's like I was going to talk about 5 kilowatts. We need to replace exchange heat. 3 are going to be lost and 2 are going to be used. So we need to reduce that so we don't have to consume exceeding energy, but only what's effective. Then when we think about that, it's interesting that we think about having an energy storage system as is presented by Huawei, because why? This can be sufficient to supply our needs in the morning, and at night we can store, so we can have it's saved for consumption. So we still don't have this technology, and it still tends to be not part of reality because of the matter of consumption. We need to be ready for all that. And when we're talking about the proportion of that, we also have to think about AI, because it's no use we don't look at that. Data are there, we need to be taken so that they get to be built, analyzed, and understand the consumption curve. You see the trend curve, so that it can get to be implemented and benefited the best way possible. So when we think about this matter of energy generation in the digital, well, unfortunately, data centers today are smart data centers where we have AI inputted in the system, so that data can be actually treated and analyzed to actually contribute for the refrigeration and energy consumption that tends to be higher and higher than we are used to.
Maravilha. Você nos trouxe
Wonderful. You've
alguns
brought us
insights
a different, very different and relevant insight. I was talking about refrigeration and green data center, and it's really relevant that we highlight this area of consumption optimization. We're now talking about exits, alternatives for this whole consumption, this growing consumption, growing exponentially, as you've mentioned before. But before, it's important that we think about our techniques and tools, and that's why we have this talk, techniques and tools, so we can actually have optimization first, diagnosis for what is in place as a consumption need, and to then work effectively on those real consumption demands. Then you bring us a very important intelligent item to our agenda, which is AI, and I believe we can talk to the closure of our moment here by saying that how does Angola Cables handle and uses this growing subject within digital transformation of the inevitable AI to promote, to boost their businesses and their data centers. Okay, well, one of the things we use as a strategy, there is a very relevant point to what you mentioned, and I was thinking about that. That starts with training. Unfortunately, we need to have that done so that people who work there, and they must understand how relevant that is, because we need to exchange that information. And from that point, it gets much easier when people are trained to understand the technology and those new market trends, and see how does the new curve works, and adapt to it. And regarding the company, we always seek in the market for equipment that actually deliver efficiency. And we have many equipment items that bring embarked technology as AI that can bring us information that help us compilate in data analysis reports and understand the growth curve or growing for each, depending on each situation, so we can operate and improve the consumption and efficiency matter. That's
Sou
wonderful.
testemunha
And I'm
desse
witness
esforço, né,
to the
da
effort,
sala de situação, uma
a
central
situation room,
bem
a monitoring
robusta,
room,
com
which
análises de
is very
dados
robust
e
with data
informações que
analysis and
realmente
information
otimizam
that
e
can actually
trazem
optimize and
realmente
bring
nos
what Dr. Yuri has been presenting us
as
about
evidências
the
e os
evidence,
estudos e os
studies
dados que eles têm
on
para
based on
melhoria e
data they have
otimização dos
for
serviços
improvement
prestados
and
pela Angola
optimization of
Cables
services
aqui no
provided
nosso
by Angola
Ceará,
Cables here in
Fortaleza e
Ceará,
Futuro
in
Futuro,
Fortaleza, in
mas em
Praia do
várias
Futuro,
outras
as I mentioned, but
instalações
also in other
outros locais
installations
desse
of
país
theirs
e
in
do
other
mundo.
countries in the world.
Eu acredito que se nós
I
tivermos
believe if
tempo,
we
a
have
gente
the
pode
time, we
trazer
can
perguntas,
open
pode
up for
aplicar
one
alguma
question.
pergunta
We
do
can open up for one
público,
question from
caso
the
haja
audience,
algum
if there is
interessado.
anyone interested.
Romulo Alexandre, parabéns
Romulo
pela
Alexandre,
contribuição.
congratulations for the
Dr. Karine
conduction,
e
Dr.
Yuri.
Karini and Yuri.
Aqui, durante os
Drs.
painéis
Karine
da
and
tarde,
Yuri,
foi
I'd
falado
like in the
sobre cultura
panels in the
tech,
afternoon it
que
was
é
mentioned
exatamente
yesterday
a
about containment, which
superprodução
is
de
exactly the
energias
overproduction
renováveis
of
por falta
renewable
de
energies and
capacidade
by
de
lack
destiná-la
of
a fontes
sending
como
them
sendo
to consumption
essas usinas
once
param, né?
those
Foi
power
comentado
plants stop. And it
exatamente a
was mentioned
importância
exactly
de
the
conectar
relevance of
a transição
connecting
energética à
energy transition
transformação
to
digital, porque a transformação
digital
digital
transformation,
passa
because
por
digital
inteligência artificial
transformation
e inteligência artificial
goes through
passa por um
AI,
consumo
and AI
brutal
goes
de
through
energia.
brutal consumption of
Então,
energy.
se
So
aí aproveito para
I'd like to, and I benefit
fazer
to
essa
direct the question
contextualização.
to
O
both of
Ceará
you
tem
to
grandes fontes
contextualize.
renováveis,
Can you
mas
say
precisa
that
ter
yeah, Ceará
uma
has a
outra
large
capacidade de
renewable
energia e
sources, but it
empresas que
needs to
são
improve our
eletrointensivas.
uh,
Então, qual é a
consumption of
oportunidade
energy?
no
So, and data
cenário
centers are
atualmente, no
electro
cenário
intensive.
atual,
So, what's
para
the
que a gente
proportion
possa
in our
trazer
current
uma
scenario to
vantagem,
bring
ou
that
seja, o Estado do Ceará
as
pode
an advantage?
apresentar
So,
para data centers
Ceará
e
State can
empresas
be
de alto
presenting
consumo
it to high
high
consuming,
de
high energy
fazer
consuming
transformação
companies,
digital
so they can
usando
do
os
the
nossos
digital transformation
conceitos
using
assim
our
perdão
digital
de
transformation
transição.
resources. I mean, energy transformation and resources.
Então, eu, olhando para a sua pergunta,
Well,
eu acho
looking at your
que
question,
sim, que
I believe
o
so.
governo do Ceará ele pode
I believe
impulsionar o
Ceará
mercado
government
privado
can actually boost the market,
para aproveitar
data center
essa
market,
demanda,
to
esse
benefit
cenário
from this
de,
demand,
de consumo. Alguns
this
outros
lung
países
of consumption
o cenário
that
real já
exists.
tem acontecido, né?
And if we look at the real scenario, it's already taking place. Well, those who look at the Praia do Futuro can notice that there are many data center poles being built,
Empresas que estavam no sul
many companies that were in the
para
south
poder fazer
that
consumo.
tend to come here for this
Se a gente olhar
to do this
o
consumption.
Brasil,
Because if you look
ele é
today at the southern
polo
Brazil reality,
granulado.
they are
Infelizmente, ele
a,
não existe
a
espaço
pole that is facing a bottleneck. They have no
então,
room to grow. So
tem que ser como
at the end of the
levar para
day,
cá e levar para
they've
lá.
been
Então, a ideia é que
buying energy here and transporting it there. So the idea is that people can come and drink it directly from the source, so they can benefit from that to supply their need.
Rômulo, excelente a sua
Romulo,
colocação.
your
Atuar
mention
dentro do
was
governo do
really
estado é
excellent.
algo que me honra,
Operating inside
a
the government of the
transversalidade com a
state,
qual eu pude
it's
trabalhar no
honorable, and
laboratório
there's
onde eu trabalho na
transversality
Casa
where I
Civil,
can work
me permite
in the
ouvir de
uh,
várias fontes,
Casa
né,
Civil. It
ideias
brings me
diferentes
the chance to
e
hear from many
conversas
sources,
e
ideas,
prospecções que o
conversations,
governo
and
do estado
prospections the
tem
government of the
feito,
state has been
os
doing,
esforços que o governo do
uh,
estado,
efforts
através
the
do,
government of
das
state has
formas do
been doing
governador
through
Gelman de Freitas, no
Mano de
estrutura que a
Freitas, the
gente já vem
governor. It's a
construindo
culture we've been
na
building
gestão anterior também,
since the previous management
de como
on
utilizar
how to
melhor a
use
nossa potência,
better our
né, em relação às
power
energias renováveis
regarding renewable
existentes aqui no
energies
Ceará.
existing here
Sobre a
in
sua
Ceará.
pergunta
So
em
about your question
específico, eu penso que uma das
specifically,
pautas que
my
está,
thought
inclusive, em
is
bastante
one of the
evidência, eu estou vendo que nós
agendas
estamos
that
com a
is
nossa
very,
força
very high
secretária
in
na área do
evidence.
meio
I
ambiente
see we
aqui,
have
o
our environment
FIEC,
secretary here,
meio ambiente e
Vilma
condições
Freire, environment
climáticas.
and
E essa é uma
climate
pauta que ela
conditions
nos traz com
secretary.
muita
And
frequência,
this is
trazendo
something
muitos
she brings
ensinamentos
up
em
to us
relação
very
a
often,
isso,
many
é de como a
thoughts
gente pode
and
potencializar
teachings about that
não
on
só
how
o
we can
consumo, o
potentialize
estudo desse
not only
consumo,
consumption but
como
the
o Yuri
study of the consumption, as Yuri
colocou,
mentioned
mas de como a
a
gente
bit
pode
before,
efetivar
and
a
how we can make
transição
the transmission more
né, por
effective
meio de
for that
condições
by
limpas.
using
O governo do
clean
estado já
conditions.
vinha
The state
falando,
government has
né,
been
ainda
talking about
nascedouro dessa discussão
the
do
at the
hidrogênio
onset of this
verde, que a
discussion about
emissão é
green
realidade
hydrogen. So it's a reality that has been changed, and we have other studies and new pathways about that. But actually, what can we do with all the possibility of energy production existing here in Ceará, existing here in the Northeast? We have a uh, very w- plentiful scenario, and it's difficult to understand how it is necessary to understand how digital transformation and how energies have been can transform that by reading by data reading, and this is something I work with up close. And how can we do this cross-sectional studies, data science? How can we combine this data uh, to offer the decision making in a more precise ways for the to create effective public policies that can boost the international businesses, and how to place Ceará specifically in the level where it should be in terms of this production and sale and consumption of the energies we are working here. So I see no means without how to I see no means how to continue with this uh, energy transition agenda without emphasizing the need of talking about digital transformation. So talking about digital transformation is not only talking about energy. We can innovate, we can bring up better services in many other ways, but it's inevitable to bring up to the conversation the several possibilities brought up by technologies into the optimization of this in the optimization and serve and provision of that service. So our time's up. I thank immensely the opportunity of being here with you, Dr. Yuri. Let's keep up the conversation. I'll be visiting shortly. I'm inviting myself to go again and visit the installations and see that your facilities and see the how things are going. And I wish everybody a good
Também
day.
está convidado para
Thank you. Well, everybody's invited to show up.
Vamos aí, hein?
Eu acabei tirando logo, porque vai que alguém bebe, né? Botar. Agora vão ser 3 pessoas. Preciso de uma cadeira e uma mesinha. Não, não é tudo. Pede ajuda aqui dos coadjuvantes, que nem nós. Não é não? Meu joelho não deixa. Hoje. Bota mais uma mesinha e uma cadeirinha, por favor, tu quer que eu segure? É do lado dessa aqui. Vai ser.
Tem copo aí, tem?
Eu já tirei.
Todos dois?
Fala mais distante aqui.
Cuidado do escândalo. Assistiu o seu agora.
Secretário Mária e secretária Vilma. Secretária Vilma? Secretário Maia. Maia. Ok. Não, é para esperarmos juntos a secretária Vilma.
Pois é, dessa cor não tem, não.
Secretária Vilma.
Pode ficar aqui?
Sempre, por favor. Secretário Maia.
Ei, meu Deus.
Olá. Bom dia a todos e todas que
Good morning,
estão
everyone.
conosco nesta manhã.
Good morning to all of you who are here. My name is Romulo Alexandre.
Está aqui atrás, mas enfim, nós teremos a
I'm not sure if
oportunidade
our slides are here.
deste evento internacional
So in this international event,
a força, a
we are
liderança
going to talk
do
about
Ceará na transição
how Ceará has been
energética
leading
brasileira.
on the theme of energy transition. First of all, I'd like to thank the organization of this event. I know that I am part of it, but we need more people, of course, to team up. Thank you, George Brown, the Institute for the Future of Tourism, that helped us with the international articulations for that. We have been able to bring incredible people to Ceará. We had the OECD secretary yesterday. We had some of our guests over video conference. So that really added to the quality of this discussion. And this panel is having the opportunity of discussing why do we feel comfortable holding this event here in Ceará. We are thankfully on time. We have over 2,000 people that subscribed and are following us on YouTube and LinkedIn. So our theme is how Ceará has been leading on the theme of energy transition. Energy transition is not an end, it's not the objective, but actually it's a means to stop climatic changes. So that's why it's connected to sustainability, inclusiveness, and it has to be done in a righteous, fair, just way. So I'd like to invite you our two guests to speak a little bit. We have amazing content that we want to share with you. So I'm going to speak about the objective of the sustainable development that was proposed by the UN and all of the challenges that we're going to have by the end of 2030. The UN makes it clear that we need to work on development. Nations need to develop themselves. We have a group of rich nations with lots of opportunities for their populations, but we have many countries that need to be better developed. And the UN call those that need to develop, the UN says that development has to be sustainable. So with all of those issues connected to climatic changes and the social economic challenges, we're really trying to foster this sustainable development. Maya Jr., one of our guests, has had an incredible journey contributing to the development of our state. And our current secretary, environmental secretary, responsible for the climate, analyzing climatic changes related data, is also very present in this theme, in this topic, and she's been working with different projects on the matter. So I'd like you to explain your work and introduce yourselves in 5 minutes. And again, I'd like to reiterate that I am honored to be with you. So on the contexts of sustainability, I hand it over to you. Secretary Vilma, please. Oh, you may start. No, you may start. Ladies first.
Secretary Maia, sempre gentil.
Secretary Maia is always a gentleman. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity of being here, participating in this panel and showing you our role in the Secretariat of Environmental Issues, what we've been doing to advance this topic of energy transition. Despite the fact that the panel has as its main theme energy transition, it's impossible to speak about that without speaking of inclusiveness, climatic changes, about justice, and what is fair. Something that has been really called our attention is the role of the government in this context, including those who are marginalized. So we have to be attentive to those communities, the traditional communities of our states, the indigenous tribes, like the quilombolas, those that are oblivious to all of those discussions. So we realize that there is a need when we announce a new idea, a new innovation that is always aiming to work towards that sustainable development. We've got some projects with a group of very knowledgeable people on the subject of development. People that work in the civil society, people that work in the governmental secretariats, that really bring to the table this concern that more people in communities may be able to participate in the decision-making process. So when we think about energy transition, which is very important in our state, it's something that our governor has really tried to work on. He's been bringing many investors that really want to favor clean energy sources. We've been trying to elaborate on public policies. That's a very important agenda too. So we've been concerned. We've been trying to be more inclusive and make it in a very just, righteous, fair way. I think this is our role. So Secretary Vilma, I would like to share with some of the friends here that are not all local, they're from outside the state. We have many other roles. Before working for the Secretariat of Environmental Changes, you've also worked with sustainability before, right? Yes. My last position in the government, and I'm very proud of that. So I had the advisory of Maya Jr., working with agro-businesses. That's another sector, another segment that has huge potential in the development of our state. So this productive sector today has a slot, a space. You can make room for further discussions inside all of those segments. And this is happening in a very organic, holistic, natural way. We've been bringing that habit from previous government regimes, and I've been working here since 2015. since the
tratando com
since
esse
the moment
setor, o
when
setor produtivo.
Camilo Santana
E aí a
was the
gente
governor,
percebe o crescimento do nosso estado
and we've
que
been working
se
in
dá
that
e é possível
productive
crescer
sector, and we
com
can see a lot of growth,
desenvolvimento
and
de
it's
forma
possible to
sustentável.
achieve
Então,
that
para
growth
sair desse
in a
setor
sustainable way.
que hoje é um setor visto que
So
é
leaving that sector,
assistido, né,
which
pelo
I
nosso
can see
governo
has
e tem
been
toda uma atenção
is being
voltado
assisted
pelo
by our
mercado de
governor,
trabalho, porque gera emprego, gera
and
renda,
it's been
é
generating
inquestionável que o setor
revenue,
produtivo traz. A
jobs.
pandemia deixou claro
That's
aí a
it's
diferença
something
que
that we
fez esse
can't really
setor
doubt.
para a economia do
It's
nosso estado,
undoubtedly
mas
very
ainda são
productive,
vistos como pessoas que
but
contribuem com o desenvolvimento e
those
que
people
algumas
do
pessoas acham
contribute
que não pode acontecer de forma
to
sustentável. E aí o estado do
development,
Ceará está aí para
even though some
provar
people
que esse
think
desenvolvimento
it can't
acontece
be done in a
apenas de forma
sustainable way.
sustentável.
But Ceará is here to prove the opposite.
Secretário, mas antes de tudo, engenheiro.
Now,
Né?
Maya,
Pessoa que
a secretary, but
planejou
first
muita
and foremost,
coisa no
an
estado do
engineer,
Ceará. Nesse momento,
someone that has
antes de
planned
falarmos de projetos
and designed a lot of the infrastructure in Ceará. Before we start
quais
with
são os
the topic, with
highlights,
the
quais são os
agenda,
momentos
what are
chave
your
de superação
highlights, the key
da sua
moments
trajetória?
of your journey as an engineer?
Primeiro, o exercício da
So
engenharia
first of
na
all,
sua
the
plenitude.
exercise of engineering in its
Foi
entirety.
muito importante na minha formação
That was very important in my
e
background as a
ao
professional.
longo do processo
And throughout this
e as
process,
oportunidades que eu tive
and
dentro da engenharia
in view of the
tanto
many
no
opportunities that I've
município
had
de
in
Fortaleza
engineering in the
como
municipality
no
of
estado do
Fortaleza, the city of Fortaleza,
Ceará,
and in other cities
eu
too
fui
all over the state,
aperfeiçoando
I've
outro
been
lado que
perfecting
eu
another
gostava
side of
muito,
mine
que
that
era
I
o
was really fond
planejamento e
of, which was
gestão.
planning and
Isso
management.
tanto vem da engenharia como vem
That comes from
da
engineering,
escola de administração
and that
que
comes
eu
from an
fiz.
administration course
E
that I did.
ao longo desse processo,
And throughout this
eu vi que a
process,
engenharia
I was able to see that
casava muito
engineering
bem
walked
com o
tandem
planejamento e com a
with
gestão,
planning and
sobretudo de
management.
pessoas, né? O
First and
maior
foremost, the
desafio do
people.
engenheiro
The
em
biggest
qualquer
challenge for an
projeto
engineer in any
é
project that he takes
conseguir
is to be
motivar,
able to
estimular
motivate,
e tirar o
stimulate,
melhor das pessoas,
and bring
né?
out the
Para que
best
essas
of people
pessoas estejam
so that those
comprometidas com
people may
esses
be
projetos.
committed to these
Esse
projects.
foi aprendizado que eu conquistei
That was
ao longo da
something
minha
that I've
carreira,
learned
né?
throughout my career.
Alguns compromissos muito fortes,
Some
né? Com a
very
ética,
strong
né?
commitments
Com o
that I
resultado,
was
né?
able
Com o
to have
objetivo.
with ethic
Isso
results,
sempre
objective,
movimentou minha agenda,
that always
né?
boosted
E
and
ninguém faz
pushed
isso
my agenda.
sem estruturar
And we know that we
uma
can't really
boa
get there
equipe,
without having a
né? Dar
good team.
poderes a essa equipe,
Delegate.
que ela possa,
We have to delegate
através
functions to
da
that
sua
team so that
criatividade,
through their
poder
creativity they may
tocar os
be able
desafios que tem.
to
E
tackle all of those
também
challenges.
uma estrutura capaz de
We
suportar
need
essas pessoas,
a structure that is able
sistemas,
to
amarras
accommodate those people.
institucionais
We need
adequados,
systems, we need
com estrutura
institutional
física,
arrangements that are
né? E muito
appropriate.
apoio.
We need physical
Isso foi a
facilities,
minha vida
support.
toda foi em
So
cima
throughout my whole
desses
life,
pontos.
I've seen how those points are important.
Procurei liderar esses grandes projetos no
And
estado
I've been
com esse
trying to
conceito,
take the lead
né? Que
in those projects
caminha
with that
comigo
concept
até
in
hoje.
mind, that I take in, that it takes to heart until today.
Entrando diretamente no painel,
And now, starting with the
queria que
panel,
você tivesse a oportunidade de
with
compartilhar
the
com a
slides, I'd
nossa
like you to share with our
audiência,
audience
ponto que foi muito tratado aqui ontem.
something that we
Ceará tem
discussed quite extensively
evidências
yesterday.
de uma jornada
Ceará
curta de
has
transição energética.
a potential, and we see that
Aqui, mas
it's had good
certamente
results
o secretário
with
Maia sabe
energy
terá
transition.
oportunidade de
I'm quite
compartilhar
sure that
essas
Secretary
evidências.
Maya
Mas eu queria
knows
pedir
about
que, além
those,
de
and he will
compartilhar
share
as
some
evidências,
evidence
quais os
too.
principais momentos de
But
transição energética
besides
no
that,
Ceará,
what are the
qual
highlight
o papel
moments,
do
the most important moments
planejamento
when it
para
comes to that
desenvolvimento de
transition?
infraestrutura
What are the
do
planning?
governo?
What is the planning that is
Olha,
taking place right now for all of
Rômulo,
that?
eu
Well,
passei uma
Romulo,
temporada muito longa na área
I
de
spent some
transportes
time in
urbanos,
transport, urban
né? E
transport, the
depois
urban
nos
transport
transportes
segment,
intermunicipais e municipais.
and then
Uma das
intermunicipality
características
transport
do
and also
transporte, da
local one.
mobilidade é o planejamento,
Something
né?
that is very important for
Isso
mobility
se
is planning,
fortaleceu muito nessa etapa da minha vida,
and that was very
né?
important
E
in that
ao
period of my
chegar
life.
ao Estado, a
And
primeira
when I got
oportunidade como
to the
secretário,
state, when I had the chance
uma
of being the
secretaria
secretary
muito ampla,
in a secretariat that was
além do
very
planejamento,
extensive, sorry,
eu
besides
somei
planning,
diagnóstico da situação que nós
I
tínhamos.
also I did a
Era
little
muito importante
diagnosis of
saber
the
onde
situation that we
estávamos.
were facing. It was
E
important to
era
know where
muito
we were,
importante saber os desafios
and it was
que o
important
então
to know the
governo
challenges that
que
we
nos
needed to
proporcionou essa
tackle.
oportunidade queria chegar.
One of the challenges connected to this
E
opportunity is
fui
that
ser
I
secretário
went
praticamente
to be a
da
secretary
maior
of the
secretaria,
uh,
se
one which
tornando
was the
maior
largest
ainda, que era a
secretary,
Secretaria de
which ended up being
Transporte,
the
cuidava
transport
de todos
secretary
os modos
that
de
handled all
transporte,
the
de
transportation
energia
means
e gás,
for energy and gas
comunicações
and the
e obras
communications
públicas,
and
né?
public services.
E logo depois a gente associou a essa secretaria
Then we associated to
o
this
desenvolvimento
secretariat
urbano,
the urban
e o meio
development
ambiente,
and environment,
o que foi a CEINF.
which was SEI.
Posteriormente, a gente
And
teve que
after that,
apartar,
we had
até pela
to
própria
separate,
lógica da
even
secretaria,
for the
e
logics of
criar
the
dentro do
secretariat
governo
itself, and
uma
create
área
inside the
ambiental
government
mais
an
independente.
environmental area which was
Até
more
porque eu não
independent,
poderia.
even because
Hoje
I
dizem
couldn't.
que o nosso
Well,
Supremo,
it's said that
além de
our
julgar,
Supreme Court
né,
nowadays, besides judging,
investiga.
they also investigate.
Uma secretaria como a minha não
So a
poderia
secretariat
ser
like mine couldn't
uma
be
interventora nas questões
an
ambientais
interventor for
e ela mesma
environmental
se
matters and
apropriar desses
itself
poderes
uh,
de licenciar, né,
be the
de
owner of this
fiscalizar o
of
meio ambiente.
such powers of
Isso
licensing and
foi
inspecting the
momento
environment.
também
So
de
it
rico
was also
aprendizado,
a rich
né, quando eu
learning
fui
moment
presidente do
when
Quair.
when I was
Ali
president
a Vilma
of
colocou
Coema.
com muita
Then
perfeição,
Vilma mentioned
além
it
de
in
ser
a
um
very perfect
ambiente
way
muito
that
plural,
it, besides being a
bastante
very
transparente,
transparent and
é um
plural
ambiente de
environment,
calorosos
it's
debates,
also an
né,
environment of
e de
heated
posições
debates
contraditórias e
and
antagônicas
contradictory,
permanentes.
antagonic
E esse
positions that happen
exercício me
permanently.
permitiu uma
And
compreensão
this
muito
exercise
boa,
allowed me to
inclusive para as
develop a
tarefas
very good
principais
understanding,
que eu tive
especially
que
for the
liderar.
main tasks
Então, a
I
minha
was
chegada
the leader of. So
na secretaria,
my arrival at the
ela
secretariat
exigiu diagnóstico,
uh, required
exigiu uma proposta para
diagnosis
poder o Estado do Ceará dar
so
esse
that
salto
the state of
que
Ceará
vem
would
dando nos
give
últimos
this
30
leap.
anos,
It has been
né? Os
been
limites
leaping
que
over the
nós
last 30
encontramos,
years.
eles eram alcançáveis. Isso é
And
importante
those
colocar, mas exigia
limits
um
we had before, they were
planejamento,
unreachable, but they
exigia uma
required
equipe de muita
planning,
qualidade,
a very
né?
qualitative
Porque nós
team,
tivemos que
because we had,
praticamente,
and
não
almost
só do ponto de vista
not only
estrutural
from the structural
dessas áreas
viewpoint
de
for those
transporte,
areas of
né?
transport,
Aí posso alencar
and then I can
o programa
list
rodoviário,
the
que dentro
road
de um
program,
princípio também
which
de
also
inclusão
inside the inclusion
levou
principle
estradas asfaltadas aos 184 municípios, criou
implemented
as primeiras duplicações,
uh,
a área de
aids
energia.
cities to many
O
locations.
Ceará
The energy
tinha
in the energy
uma
area,
energia
well,
muito
Sierra had
fraca para os
energy which was
projetos que
very
queria
weak for the
implantar,
projects
né?
that
As
wanted
nossas
the
linhas de
implementation
transmissão
here.
eram de
Our
baixa
transmission lines
potência
had were low
e
power, and
não tínhamos força
we didn't
suficiente
have
no setor de
enough
energia
power in the energy
nem para
sector.
fazer um programa de
Not
universalização,
even
a
for
inclusão
any
das pessoas,
universalization or
fazer com
inclusion
que
of people
todos os moradores
program
de áreas
that,
urbanas
to
e
cause
de áreas
every
rurais tivessem
inhabitant of
acesso
both
à
rural and
energia,
urban areas
né?
to
Isso
have
exigia
access to
mais
energy.
carga,
That would require us
exigia
more
mais estrutura de
energy. That would
transmissão,
require us
de
more
subestações, etc.
transition,
E o
transmission
próprio
structure
Estado
or in substations and
para os
all,
seus projetos.
and the state itself, the state government itself
Tá
for
bom.
their own projects.
Tá pedindo
Okay.
para mim falar
She's
pouquinho
asking
mais
me to
baixo, mas minha
speak a bit
natureza
lower
de voz
because
ela
my
diz
voice
altamente.
nature is
Eu vou
entirely
tentar regular um
loud.
pouco
I'll
aqui.
try to regulate it
Bem,
a bit.
então,
Well,
esses desafios da
those
energia exigiu também
energy
uma
challenges
reestruturação completa da geração,
required
da
entire
transmissão e da distribuição do Ceará. Aqui está o
restructuring
colega Jorge
the state of
Picanso, que eu
Ceará.
vi aqui agora há pouco.
Here's
Está aqui o Luiz Eduardo também, que
Jorge
participa
Picanso, our
diretamente
friend,
disso.
our colleague, who
A área de
and
obras
Jorge
era
Eduardo
mais
who
simples
participated
tarefa que
directly
eu
in that.
tinha,
So
né? Fazer
the
obras civis,
civil
porque
works
eu
was
tinha um capital muito alto para
I had
fazer,
a high
porque vinha do
capital
setor
for that
privado,
because I was
como
coming from a
construtor,
private
como
sector
empreendedor,
as a builder, as an
apesar
entrepreneur.
de
despite it's important to mention, I never had an invoice for any of those three public powers, not the union, not the federal government or state or municipalities. I didn't issue any invoice against the public sector. I couldn't. That could be because it's a personal obligation I put upon myself because there could be no lords about that. So inside this process, we began structuring the network. Transmission. Well, we had a bit of a comfortable transmission because, well, San Francisco River, which with very little coming from Piauí and Boa Esperança, is the one that is the one that supplied Ceará with energy. But we've faced many bottlenecks to make Ceará come through, to make Ceará develop. So this synergy required, for example, required an entirely different power source that energy line we didn't have. Otherwise, we would light up the same port and depower the whole city, and then we needed to have hired a system from the United States, so this wouldn't happen. So we had to build the main transmission lines at the time, feed the Cearás energy ring on both ends to ensure good quality and availability of energy, build a few substations and thermoelectric power plants, and then we bumped into generation. And we sought, so in many ways, to say, well, so what about tomorrow when Ceará is already developed? We are going to need two fundamental things. One of them is very well defined in Ceará nowadays, which is energy and water. Two things have been worked a lot in Ceará, and it has given a leap, not regarding, not in comparison to the Northeast only, but in the comparison to the whole Brazil, despite the low quality of service rendered by Enel here, then it's another matter. But in terms of structure, we have it, and the hydric resources, the hydrologic resources area, we have it, even because of the large work we had to become, which was making Jaguaribe River to become sustainable all over its bed. So these projects required us to think how can we supply Ceará in the future, not to be strictly dependent on San Francisco in the future. So another colleague who was coming from Coelce, and I remember Professor Feitosa from Federal University of Pernambuco, then Jurandir Picanso, then I remember Paulo Craveiro, Mamed. So this group found a way for Ceará. Well, they said, our way is to invest on eolic and solar energies, because the largest power of energy is Castanhão, which is reached over 4,000 mega in energy generation. It's over exceeded. It actually reached almost 6,000, and with all the thermoelectric and eolic projects implemented, which made Ceará to become an exporter for energy. So this pathway we've embraced was the renewable energy. So this was the base for although we were we were under Bahia in the later on, and some governors believe that renewable energy is the future. Other governors don't believe it, and others, naturally, that didn't give it this proper dimension, just like others did. And my largest surprise is when I went to the development area, and then I went together with Jurandir Picanso and José. I started a program for renewable energies in Ceará, and Camilo Santana, governor back then, said, "Do you believe it?" Yeah, I do entirely. Do you think it's great for good for the state? Well, it is, and well, but it's well, it gives us little tax payment. Well, do you know how the energy sector chain of value is composed? And he said, well, he stepped back. Well, generation and transmission doesn't actually uh, offers us a collection, but distribution is well, it's taxed in 34%. So you know, uh, 34% for each 34 reais out of each 100 reais each Ceará inhabitant pays. So don't do if you don't do the generation, how can you distribute? If you don't do transmission, how this energy gets to the people? So I think we should work upon that, Governor. And then we got back to that work, and then on taking it back a little after, a new some Ceará person came, and as many have come up in the beginning of the transition. A former friend, a friend who's a former dean of São Gisvaldo, who's now living in France, asked to welcome a person from São Paulo who was graduated in Ceará Federal University and who had a project of a SAF, which was kerosene for aviation kerosene done made based on hydrogen. And I brought this boy here. He had a very good relationship with Germany. We had some events. We held some events with him. And Júlio Cavalcante, who's also here, who was very relevant for the next phase as a Secretary of Services from the Secretariat of Economic Development. Júlio put this project in his own hands, took this project in his own hands, and we started to interact through with FIEC, through FICANSO, and FIEC was then joined in the project, and we released the first green hydrogen wrap in the country and South America, for the whole South America here in Ceará. But and we did that because there was a whole background for this to have this energy sector structured to the point we got to that. And I placed my bets that this is actually the best path Ceará can take. I believe there's another one which I'm working in my private life on structuring a project like this one in Ceará, but we've structured that at first in the government. And another way for Ceará, another pathway is the digital transformation. When we reach the Secretariat of Planning, we've started that work because I used to come from a deeply knowledgeable business activity in the telecommunications, and by using optical cables and digital belt, we managed to insert Ceará in that scenario. So I'm now structuring a project for an entrepreneur, an energy entrepreneur for us to create a new data center. What articles in data center that are in the newspapers on a daily basis show a very promising matter. But the hydrogen matter, the moment we live, well, it's very relevant for protagonism in Ceará. But in my opinion, other efforts are necessary that require the consolidation of this hydrogen project. Then I'll stop for not elongating a lot. So for other questions of yours, because Vilma needs to speak as well.
Now, in the beginning, you mentioned that for us to foster development, we need to use natural resources, especially with projects like those. When we look at what's happening in Ceará, all the significant projects in Ceará that cause real impact need to be studied. We need diagnoses, we need prognostics, and it also needs to pass through the environmental state council, the state's environmental council. So I'd like you to discuss that when it comes to a sustainable development. What can we do? Yesterday we were discussing that most of the global companies, energy companies, are in Ceará, and we are starting procurement to reduce the impact, the environmental impact So let's talk about that, licensing and how to guarantee our natural resources. Okay, Romulo. So that licensing today, it's important to say to all that are here, Ceará offers a business environment that is very favorable. All those who want to start their enterprises in different segments, different areas, not just ours, but diverse, several areas. And when we talk about the environment, that's no different at all. SEMASI is offering consultancy today. That's our role. We are the entry gate for all those who want to start their enterprises and companies here so that they can feel safe. They're going to feel that they're not only going to bring about benefits to the state, but the opposite too. So we've been really participating in discussions with the government. When we receive an international entrepreneur that is interested in investing in Ceará, we need to have those discussions, especially if it's related to investment on renewable energy. So all of that licensing is not done straight with SEMASI or with the state, but SEMASI is responsible for making the environment favorable so that the business can be made. So right now we have a little regional project that is being overseen by one of our scientists. And here with me, by the way, I have the team that is working hard for all of that, which is the Maritime Space Plan. And that has been mentioned, and that is being shown to all those who want to invest on that segment. We've been also working with IBAMA, which is responsible for the climatic and environmental impacts. So we really need to analyze the areas that are going to be touched by all of those investments. If you are, oh, by the way, I've got some little souvenirs from ours. It's a little product that we use. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have that available for those online, of course, but it's something that contributes. Yes, please, you can bring that. That contributes to the environment. It fosters a healthy, wholesome environment for those who want to invest here in Ceará.
Não,
we were talking about
estou falando da questão realmente do
she got a bit
licenciamento
distracted.
por parte da
So still talking about licensing. Right, now we're going to have the gifts.
Esse aqui é o Atlas Costeiro Marinho do Estado do Ceará. Pode.
So this is a little atlas. It's the map of the seashore here in Ceará. Shows the most important points of interest. So licensing starts with the acceptance of that entrepreneur that wants to invest in that segment. He is welcomed by SEMASI, by the state government, and we really try to show that entrepreneur that here in Ceará, there is a safe and wholesome environment for that investment to take place. Today, IBAMA has been guided by one of our products, which is PEDEA, which is a platform that we've implemented recently, and it's a very important platform to lead, to direct the licensing that is used by SEMASI, by the government. So you can use that platform to see where you can invest, where it's legal to do so, and where it's favorable to do so too. Here in Ceará, we know that we have this safe, wholesome environment. I've already pinpointed that several times, but we also have lots of exploration to do, of course, in a sustainable way. which are our 573 kilometers of seashore that are being studied. In December, we are trying to deliver 2 products that are going to help out with that. And that is going to add to that juridical safety, security for those who want to invest. For those who are watching us and are a bit oblivious to that whole licensing process, we have to let you know that that licensing is federal. But if it's onshore, that can be a state licensing. So I'd like to ask the Secretary to continue speaking about that theme, which is a very important theme. By the seashore, we see lots of people that live around those areas. For example, Teresina, Fortaleza, all of them are by the seashore. They are beach capitals. So they are extremely connected to climatic changes. So if there is like an alteration, a change in the sea level, that's going to be a problem or an impact to those cities. There is also a dispute in interests. So we see that there is an investment, for example, in maritime transport, kite surfing. Those communities are taking the advantage of their geographic location. But we've been also advancing in how to create and promote the creation of wind farms. And we've been discussing the budgeting, the financing, the funding of all of those projects. Ceará has been a pioneer doing that locally, but we need to take that to a national level. Our secretary here has already mentioned that most of the researchers involved in the projects are local. But we know the importance of the shores, so it's relevant economically and socially. It's something that we've been working on for 2 decades, but we still haven't been able to succeed. So what can you tell us about that? We have a tool, an important tool called ZE, which is a safety tool that we use for that. It's undergoing a phase of study right now. It's an important product. It was designed by my friend Artur Bruno. He was the one taking the lead, designing it. But today we have noticed that even though it's been used as something that is guiding the licensing, we have some other issues. But we have to see some local aspect. For example, in Jericoacoara, Jerry, we had a dune that was said to be fixed, that was immovable, but not anymore. It has moved. It's no longer there. So we decided to study better, to study more thoroughly. We needed to be more precise, analyzing the geographic conditions of the place. There's no doubt when it comes to the method that we are using to finish this tool. But because of the climatic changes that we see and the geographic changes, for example, we had drought, now it's raining. Amazonia, the state, is no longer raining there. So lots of natural phenomena that are taking place. And it alters the precision and the accuracy of ZEC, which is the tool that I've mentioned before. We can't use it only as something to look up to, but we need something else. So what we're trying to do, we're trying to find new methods to bring us more safety, security. And that's one of the biggest demands that we have in the Environmental Secretariat. We need juridical protection. Now, bringing it back to Engineer Maya, we know that Ceará has the the industrial complex in Pecém, which encompasses 2 municipalities, 2 cities. It's the hub of the hubs when it comes to logistics, when it comes to energy. It's the biggest ZPE is over there. In one of the previous panels that we had, that was hosted by Carini, our friend that was here a bit earlier, they were speaking about all of the potential of that, a good relation between digital transformation and energy transition can have. So we've been discussing creating data centers in Pecém. I believe that you've been accompanying, keeping track of that project. So what is the relevance of that to the future of energy transition? Romulo, 8 days ago, 1 week ago, together with another entrepreneur, Julio Cavalcanti, we went to Brisanet, which is a company, an internet provider. So we wanted to understand what was their demand related to data center. And to my surprise, the company showed us a backbone here in Northeast Brazil, where they operate today. They operate with 288 mini data centers. This favors great economy and saving of money, and also investments. So those data centers are not necessarily supposed to be close to the optical cables. They don't need to be necessarily in Praia do Futuro, which is a location that has been used for a long time. It actually depends on the particularities of each network. We can have data centers in Pecém that work towards those investments that take place there. We can take data centers to the countryside of Ceará, and we can obviously have them in Praia do Futuro. The most important thing that was shown to us was the optical fiber network. That was very relevant. And in Ceará, we have significant advantage over other states because we've had a boost that came from this new innovation, digital innovation. So through some operations done by ATMOSFERA in the last years, we're able to have a network of 140,000 kilometers of optical fiber cables, and that is going to be very important for the region. For example, talking about São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, which are a bit ahead in this regard. But for Ceará, for example, Ceará can be the foundation and the main character for our region here, the northeastern area of Brazil, because of our privileged geolocation. What we need to open our minds for is the concept of the need of those networks in the future. I've been analyzing in these projects AI. AI is going to take over. It's going to allow for the expansion of all of those data centers throughout the country. So the possibility of that cloud backup in the United States, in Brazil, especially where it's more affordable, which is definitely here in northeastern Brazil, because it's closer to other countries. I've already spoken in my first comments that I can see a problem in the economy in Ceará when we have the digital transformation issues and the energy transformation issues. So we have to work on that because one depends on the other. So we need to work hard to actually meet that potential.
Dos principais custos dos
The
data centers.
energy consumption is what moves digital transformation. And in Ceará, we have relatively affordable, cheap energy.
Dilma touched the very relevant point in her intervention here. It's a business environment which is propitious to make the state of Ceará develop. Truth be said, truth be told, both SEMASE and SEMA, well, there has been a very big evolution, especially in Camilo's government, when we worked integration a lot and the reality of their role in the economic development. Something we sought to do in the government, Camilo's government, was show to many secretariats that economic development also goes through their secretariats. It was not an exclusive role for SEBET here in Maxbank. It was a role also by infrastructure, environment. It was a role by Hydric Resources Secretariat, the DA. It was a role for education. Thinking about development only structure and forgetting about the human capital, making a new generation of talents, bringing a new generation of talents to set up to benefit from these opportunities and an area of technological innovation to make this competitive, to have Ceará enter the networks of innovative states. Well, because doing the same thing the whole life, all over, we won't reach anywhere. We have the same results. We have to do something. We must do something different. And doing different needs us what we sought to live in Camilo's government to in terms of restructuring economic government. Well, because governing has three basic pillars. Take care of social area very well, because, well, the Northeast needs social inclusion, and inclusion calls for assistantialism. There are many people who are still dependent on assistantialism in this Northeast region of Brazil. So governing over social and also the economic area and public management, tax balance, so we can invest. Investment is the purpose, not tax adjustment in itself. We can't do tax adjustment just to pay the payroll and the public machinery. It's necessary to have a capacity to invest, and not only in infrastructure. We need to invest in education, as Minister Camilo often says, and expand the education base requires investment, requires better schools, more students with educational availability for them. So this development goes through this rupture, but it also goes through having an integrated environment, which is something we can't see in Brazil in current days. If you look at the federal environment area, entirely dissociated, they are under a permanent conflict. For example, Petrobras. Well, where does that equatorial margin, with the positioning we currently have? Dilma brought up another theme. Where do offshores go with this understanding Ibama has in Brasilia? So nowadays, up to the present moment, we have places with hydrogen much more analyzed in Ibama, and that we have not a single project license in Ibama for offshore. And Ceará has a large amount of energy production at bay. And here, SEMAS and SEMA, people went abroad, went to update themselves, improve their teams, and also understanding that the relevance of the themes of these projects, all of these, which are new to people who work in this area. But these people need to discover knowledge so they can make the projects, facilitate these projects facilitated. And I don't see governance as an issue. Well, I'd like to benefit from your speech as Secretary Vilma, because it's a federal competence matter, and I know that in state of Ceará, when it comes to the hydrogen hub, well, the state approved some of that, given. I'd like to know how is licensing of hydrogen
O
taking place in
licenciamento do
Ceará?
hidrogênio, eu acho que
Well,
você
hydrogen
participou
licensing. Well, I think
da penúltima reunião, quando
you were
nós
part of the
tratamos
last
do
penultimate
projeto que
meeting
foi
when we handled,
apreciado, e no COEMA nós temos avançado nessas discussões,
and we have been
inclusive
advancing in
porque a
these
gente
discussions in
precisa,
Coleman, because
diferente
we need,
do que o
different
secretário
from
Maia colocou, e
Secretary
aí
Mayo mentioned, and
eu entendo que a governança é de fato um problema,
I
que aqui no
understand that
Ceará nós não
governance is
temos esse
actually
problema de
an
governança,
issue.
porque nós
We don't have
construímos,
this an issue we
e aí eu
don't have
vejo
here in
governos
Ceará,
passados,
because
um
we've
ambiente de
been
negócio
building it,
favorável, e
an
quando
environment,
o secretário Maia tocou
business
numa questão muito
environment
importante, que eu acho que é
of
o diferencial do nosso estado,
which is favorable. And Secretary Maia mentioned something that is
esse
very
trabalho
relevant in our
feito,
state, which is this
e
work
de
that has been
interlocução
done
entre várias
of
secretarias. Se
the
você for
interlocution
na
between
SDE, o
along
secretário
many
Salmito vai
secretariats.
saber
If you go
falar como
into
está
SDE,
esse processo
Secretary Salmito will
de
know how
licenciamento para o
this
hidrogênio verde.
licensing
Se você
process
for
is
hoje
undergoing
na
for green hydrogen.
secretaria
If you go to
da
the
SDA, eles
SDA
vão saber porque
secretariat,
todos têm
they will
assento no
know,
COEMA e
because
participam.
everybody
E
has
lá no
a
COEMA eu
seat in
estou vendo
Coema, and
aqui
everybody
alguns conselheiros
participating in
presentes
Coema. I see some
aqui
of those
na plateia,
advisors here
e
in the
nós
audience,
estamos em
and in
consenso,
Coema we
inclusive,
have
por
a
parte do
consensus
Ministério Público Federal, por
on
parte
the public
da
ministry, public
PGJ, por
ministry
parte da
part of
sociedade civil, são
federal
diversos
government and
conselheiros que fazem
BGJ and
assento e
social
fazem discussões
civil society.
calorosas
We
em
have
torno do
heated discussions
licenciamento
about licensing
por uma questão muito simples, não é que
because of a very simple matter.
não é que exista alguém
It's
contra
not that
o
there is anybody
desenvolvimento do estado do
against
Ceará.
the development of
Isso
the
eu tenho
state of
certeza,
Ceará.
secretário Maia, ninguém é
That I'm
contra o
sure,
desenvolvimento,
Secretary
mas de que forma esse
Maia,
desenvolvimento
nobody's
vai
against it.
acontecer é uma
But
questão
how it's going to take
que
place,
tem
it's a matter
sido
that has been
colocado em discussão, calorosas discussões
heatedly
no
discussed
COEMA. As
in
pessoas estão
Coema,
sendo ouvidas,
because
nós
people
temos
are being
criado um
heard,
ambiente de
and we've
escuta
been created
dentro do Rômulo, na
a hearing
secretaria. Nós temos
environment
um
in
núcleo
Romulo,
de assistência
in the
social, o
secretariat.
secretário
We have
Maia,
a
que vai
social
participar das
secretariat
audiências públicas no
nucleus,
processo de
and Secretary
escuta.
Maia will
Apesar
participate in the
de,
public
na
hearings
SEMASSE,
for
ter
the
um trabalho todo
this process. Although in
de
Semasi we have
assistência a
a
esse
whole
público,
assistential
que a gente, eu bato na
process for
tecla que eu
that
quero
audience,
somente
and
que
I keep
essa
repeating
liderança
that
se dê por parte do
I don't want
empreendedor,
this
que o
leadership
empreendedor tenha
to take
vontade,
place
mas
by the
a
entrepreneur,
consultoria
because
vai,
they have
faz
the
todo o
consulting
trabalho de
companies, they have the
organização dessas
will, and they
reuniões,
organize
mas
those
a gente,
meetings. But
para
we,
garantir ao governo
to
do Estado,
ensure
para garantir ao
that the
governador,
government
que é
of
uma
the state,
pessoa
to ensure that
sensível a essas questões
to
sociais,
guarantee to the
né?
governor who is a person
A
who is
bandeira
sensitive
dele é
to
de
those social
inclusão
matters.
social
His
mesmo, para
his
garantir que
flagship
essa energia
concern
renovável
is
ela vai
social
acontecer aqui no estado do Ceará e ela vai
attention,
acontecer de
and to
forma
take
justa.
place to
A gente
he
tem que
wants
garantir
that
que esse processo
social
de
inclusion to
escuta
take
está
place here
acontecendo. E
in
nós queremos
Ceará in a
saber
fair
mais
way.
do
He
processo de escuta
wants to make
para
sure
saber quem
this
são as
process is
pessoas
taking place.
afetadas.
So we are in this hearing process
Se
to
um
know who are
pacto
the affected
ambiental
people,
ele vai
to
favorecer uma
know that
classe,
this
vai
environmental impact,
desfavorecer e vai
it's going to
prejudicar uma outra
favor
classe. Por isso a gente
one
está
social
fazendo
class or
agora,
favor another one.
ampliando esse processo de escuta dentro das nossas comunidades
So we are now
tradicionais,
expanding this
dentro
process
de
of
o
hearing in
entorno,
our
ali no entorno de
traditional
onde
communities
esse
in
empreendimento vai acontecer,
within
mas nós já
the
temos
locations where this
sensações
entrepreneurship is
positivas
going
que
to
está
take
bem
place, but we
avançado
have very positive
esse
views,
trabalho
and
lá
this
junto ao
process has
COEMA.
been very
É uma alegria
advanced
muito
inside
grande,
Coema.
enfim, eu que
Well, it's
milito
with
também na
great
área
pleasure
ambiental,
to say that
tive o
I
privilégio
have,
de
who
participar
have a
do
militance in
processo
the
de
environmental
elaboração
area, I
desse
was part of the
PALCO e fico
state
muito feliz de
state
ver que o Estado
council for environment. I'm very
avança
glad to
rumo a
see that the
esse
state has been
desenvolvimento, né,
advancing in this
com esse objetivo de
development
sustentabilidade.
agenda
Acho que
with
todos
this
nós
purpose of
concordamos
sustainability. And I see
essa
that everybody
viagem,
who
tanto
take
no G20 há 2 semanas
the
atrás,
part who
quanto
follow
na
this
COP,
um,
não se fala somente de
part in this process
transição
all know that
energética
both in
como
COP and
um
G20,
fim em
the
si
last one,
mesmo. E
they
quando
know it's
a
not an
gente
end in
fala
itself,
de
and
transição energética, ela tem que ser
they've also
justa e ela tem que ser
said that
inclusiva,
this energy inclusion should be fair and inclusive. It's no use producing energy, renewable energy, without changing the lives of those who are under development. So we're going towards the end. I'd like to hear the final thoughts of the two speakers here, who have a very, as I said in the beginning, have a very deep connection with the development of the state of Ceará, and I propose here a very quote challenge here. Well, 2050 is within 26 years time, and the world took up over the commitment of being net zero in 26 years. Ceará states now propose to be one of the contributors to this process. Then I would like to ask, in a level of final thoughts, to the Secretary Maia and Secretary Vilma, what must be done nowadays in Ceará so we can reap, in our personal view, the Ceará we want in 2015?
Em primeiro lugar,
Well, Romulo, first and foremost, we need to understand what's Cearás development project, because the government and society, as Vilma mentioned, well, it needs to be better worked so we can understand where we want to get and where we want to reach. Because if it's a turning point to our economy, we're living from an almost primary type of economy to a technological economy with lots of transformation, as Vilma mentioned very well. The first thing for this hydrogen hub to take place, as we expect it to take place, these digital transformation processes, we need to be better. Some organizations need to be better equipped. We need to understand, as the Secretary of Treasury, as their own money owners, they have always the best structure, better public selections, better payment for those personnel. They've attracted more people, and etc. It's necessary to see that on the same level. For example, we have an environment secretariat and SEMASI that need the same, and they are very relevant, so that Treasury Secretariat can collect more and solve this inequalities issue that take place in Ceará. So structuring these organs, improve more and more this governance, and try to influence together with other states, above all in the Northeast, because this is a great opportunity for the growth of Northeast, that the federal governance to be improved as well, because we live in a federation. We can't have an excellent SEMASI together with SEMA, only to mention Secretariat, because of Vilma's presence, and it's important that others are also structured, and federal government not be following up. And it makes no use that Petrobras is excellent if the environmental doesn't understand it also should be likewise, and they don't understand what are the limits, what the limits are for given the position we have to take. Brazil is extremely confused, just like the whole world. I believe that there is an unfavorable spot in the development of hydrogen, which is demand. Demand, and the function of the current cost, is not taking place. But if demand gets to current real equations in the market, this demand will take over, because everybody will want to produce. So once that demand issue is set, the matter of the world demand also becomes undergoes a great understanding between fossil and non-fossil sector industries. This capital structure is very strong, and it will be even stronger when the announcement the United States president already announced. We can't live inside this system, this unit. We need to unite under those
Rômulo,
points.
infelizmente, nossas energias ainda são predominantemente
Unfortunately, our
fósseis, né?
energy
E o
sources
estado
are
do
fossil,
Ceará tem assumido aí o
predominantly,
pioneirismo,
and
né, de
Ceará has been a
liderar esse
pioneer
processo de
in taking the
transformação
lead of
energética. Eu
transforming
acho que a gente tem
our
feito
energy
o dever de
sources.
casa, eu acho que
I
a
think we've been
gente
doing our
tem
homework.
trabalhado essa palavra que é
We've
chave
been
no dia a dia
really
do secretário Maia, que é
trying
governança. Eu acho que esse é o segredo do
apply the meaning
sucesso,
of
essa questão da
governance. I think
governança
that's
mesmo.
the secret
E
to
aqui no estado
success.
do Ceará tem
And
uma
here in the state
preocupação
of
muito
Ceará,
forte da
we
nossa
are really
parte como
worried
secretaria, enquanto
um,
elaboradores das
in the
políticas públicas voltadas para a
secretariat
área
and when we
ambiental, que é
elaborate
o
those
processo de
public policies to the
desertificação que o Ceará
environmental
sofre. 70%
um,
de toda a área do estado
causes.
do
We know
Ceará,
that we
ela
always
está
analyze the
sofrendo
situation
processo de
in Ceará where we
desertificação,
see
né?
uh,
E aí
that
a questão ambiental, as mudanças
the landscape
climáticas,
is becoming a
elas
desert.
respondem muito fortemente nessas áreas. E eu
So
queria,
all of the
inclusive, deixar
climatic changes
convite
have
para quem quer
an
investir,
effect
procurar
on those
essas
areas.
áreas que estão
If you want to
desertificadas, que
invest,
estão em processo de
is a little heads
desertificação,
up.
que fica ali
If
no
you want
nosso
to
sertão
invest,
central, que fica
maybe you could
ali
go and check
no semiárido. Tem uma
the
área
middle
favorável, um
countryside.
ambiente também favorável para
We
esse
have a
investimento
favorable
das
area, a favorable
energias
place
limpas.
for the
E
implementation
o
of
trabalho que a
clean
secretaria
energy
tem
sources.
avançado nas políticas
And we've been
públicas
advancing
para
with public
chegar a
policies
essa entrega, para a gente
in order to
conseguir
deliver
alcançar. A
all
gente
of that.
sabe
We've
que
been trying to reach
é
that
uma
goal.
pegada mundial
We
e
know that
todo mundo saiu
that is a
muito
world
insatisfeito
concern. It's a
da
concern of
última COP,
global levels.
porque infelizmente o que a gente
After
vislumbrava
our
de
last COP
1,3
meeting, the COP
trilhão
summit that we
ficar
had
num
last
valor
time,
insignificante para a gente trabalhar a questão
we
das
had
mudanças
some good
climáticas
results that
no
we saw, some
Brasil,
good
a gente já
ideas.
sabe que vai ser faz de conta. Essa é a verdade.
So
Aqui no
we know
estado do
that
Ceará nós temos feito o
the
dever de
problem is that
casa,
here in
estamos
Brazil, when we see the
fazendo
situation,
diversas
the economic situation, we're
oficinas,
going to see
já
a
concluímos
big challenge
9
ahead of
de
us.
14 que
Even
vamos
though we've
fazer
already started with
para
some
discutir
workshops to
quais são os
discuss
aspectos
what we can do
e aí
about that,
participa a sociedade civil,
we
participa
still see that
governos
the challenge is
locais,
real.
participam
We've
diversos
had the
setores,
participation of local
secretarias,
governments,
para
secretariats,
contribuir
and all of
com a
them
questão dos
contribute
avanços nas mudanças climáticas. Eu
to
acho que
those
tudo parte daí, não
advances
só
in
das políticas já
containing climatic
estabelecidas e dos
advances and
projetos que
managing
nós
them.
temos avançado aqui no
We've
estado
had
do Ceará, de
projects that we've
hidrogênio
advanced
verde,
and
de várias
created to
energias
promote
onshore,
green
da
hydrogen,
transformação digital, né?
digital
Parabenizar aqui,
transformation.
inclusive, a Karine, que
I'd like to
brilhantemente
congratulate
trouxe
Karini, by the
o que
way.
o estado do Ceará tem
Thank you,
feito
Karini,
nessa
bringing
na
us
questão
what
da
Ceará has been
transformação
able to
digital.
do
Mas
when
é
it comes
deixar
to digital
realmente
transformation.
para todos que estão nos assistindo da
So for all of
importância que
those who are
tem
watching us today,
investir
I
nessas
would
áreas.
like to
Eu
add
acho
to
que
it that
eu
it's
penso
really important that we
que
invest in
a
those
luta
areas.
pela
I think that
transformação
the fight for
a
transformation,
transformação energética
for energy transition,
traz uma questão que nós tratamos hoje aqui, que é de inclusão, que é de justiça
also
social,
encompasses social
é o
justice
cuidado
and
ambiental, mas antes de
inclusiveness
mais nada, eu acho que ela
and
conversa
taking
muito bem
care
com a
of the
justiça
environment.
social. Eu acho que a transformação passa
Out of
por
all of
isso e o
those, I
Estado do
think
Ceará tem
transformation
lutado
really
para
is
fazer essa
connected
importante entrega para o mundo.
to social transformation and inclusiveness. And I
parabéns.
think Ceará has been
Pelos
working
seus
hard.
aqui, mas pelo seu trabalho como
Thank you,
secretário de Ambiente e
Secretary,
Mudanças
for all of
Climáticas.
that, for your
Maia Júnior, nosso
comments.
engenheiro do Ceará,
Our engineer
responsável por
Maya,
várias
too, who
mudanças,
was responsible
e a
for
cada
many of
que
the
teve
significant changes that we've seen, and for all of those that were able to attend our event, either in person or online. Thank you very much.
Inspira todos nós.
E obrigado aqui pelo ótimo presente.
É muito.
Né? Né, meu?
E a nossa parte. Obrigada
Parabéns,
aí por
minha
ter
Sucesso pra vocês.
a urgente necessidade de valorizar esse patrocínio para a secretaria.
Cobrar. Tem estrutura. Cadê o Confuso da Semana? Saiu?
Não,
Ainda tá preso? Pelo amor de Deus.
fizeram aquele pequenininho, a gente não tem braço, aí a gente faz.
Ginástica danada, né?
Ficamos agora com a fiscalização, não era nosso, que era municipal, de Jericoacoara, que é um maior problema, que é a história da concessão. Eles estão circulando 30%. Acabou com uma relação muito forte, né? E como nós trabalhamos com embarcações artesanais, que são movidas a vela, então a força para levar a embarcação e trazer de volta realmente é o vento, né? Então, essa chave no movimento da embarcação. Então, até mesmo para você tirar a embarcação do mar, né, e trazer ela até a Stefani, que fica ali no rolo, o vento é melhor. Eu consigo para uma caminhada de 14 pau, eu ia para as 23 garrafas, até
Eu tenho muito orgulho. Pessoas assim, pode chegar assim longe, pode chegar onde ela quer. Meu nome é Stefania Rosa, eu sou a atual campeã brasileira de kitesurf e quero contar para vocês um pouco da minha relação com o vento. Já na mesa, como atleta também, sou instrutora de kitesurf. Esse processo que eu sempre profissional de kitesurf, da modalidade freestyle, bons vezes eu espero muitos tipos mundiais, de tamanho, de carinho. Aqui no Ceará é considerado o melhor lugar do mundo para praticar kitesurf, por causa das condições de vento que a gente tem aqui. E a gente tem praias lindas, esse sol maravilhoso aqui, que é o ano todo, né? Os poucos lugares são muito bons, de vez em quando fora, né? Que nível de uma temporada que é mais de junho,
fazendo
Só pra
café.
ver.
Não, o seu filho acabou de se sentar para almoçar.
Quem?
Tá tu? Tu tava fazendo um teste lá. Seu filho acabou de se sentar para almoçar. E as pessoas estão chegar para falar de entendeu?
Posso testar à vontade, então, eu acho. Eu escutei minha própria voz. Nesse... Isso. Só não fala assim, história para todo mundo. Só um momentinho. Ok. Ah, ligado aqui já. Quem que me escuta nas duas salas? Pessoal na atmosfera e no TETS, por favor? Tem alguém já no positivo? Ok. No caso, qual a sala de tradução? Eu não sei quem que tá falando certinho. Me admitam. Pera, só um momento. A Rita voltou? Ok, certo. Ok, eu vou só admitir aqui a Rita. Um momentinho.
Tem que falar lá, porque a próxima chega lá e a próxima vem pra cá, entendeu? A gente pega pra falar lá porque não tem áudio ainda, entendeu? Só se ele falar lá. Aí a gente vai ter o Everaldo aqui também. Esses são os dois que não.
Pronto. Rita, me escuta? Pera. Eu tô falando só com o TETS no momento. Vamos ver aqui. Eu tô com os dois microfones, deixa eu só. Isso. Ah, Lorena, tá. Deixa eu só ver aqui. Oi, oi, oi. Os três M's me escutam? Matheus,
Sim,
Matheus, Maurício?
eu estou ouvindo falando do canal em inglês.
Perfeito. Isso mesmo. Quem falou? Foi o Maurício, o Matheus ou outro Matheus? Cordeiro, né? Tá. Tá, pronto, Cordeiro. Certo, falta só o Maurício, então, né? Ah, me respondeu agorinha. É porque vocês não se escutam, tá? Eu esqueci esse detalhe. Falta só o Maurício. Deixa eu só fazer o teste com vocês já no inglês e no espanhol, né? Isso, tô escutando no português no momento. Pronto. Agora eu vou passar pelos canais, tá? Eu vou primeiro pro de inglês, que é o 47, aqui pra mim. Pronto, tô no inglês. O inglês seria o Matheus Gomes, né?
Can you hear me? Matheus Gomes no canal de inglês.
Perfeito. Agora eu vou fazer o teste no de espanhol. Espanhol, momento. Aqui.
Na verdade, são dois Matheus no inglês.
Yes. Ok. Valeu. Obrigadinho. Daqui a pouco eu entro com um sinal de imagem. Assim que atualizarem pra mim.
A imagem está chegando.
Tchau, por favor. Só os teus.
A tática que eu...
Para você durante a sua fala, você não vai.
Mas aí, se você baixar, isso vai acontecer, não se preocupa, a gente sinaliza que vai estar tudo ouvindo no fone, a gente sinaliza para tu botar. Eu acho que eu vi a maioria fazendo isso. Baixa, fala, entendeu? E depois volta.
Sim. E ao utilizar o microfone, falar um pouquinho mais distante para
Nessa distância de
tá.
Não, tá mais na 20. Porque se for muito perto, vai atrapalhar o som da chegada dos
Que bom, que às vezes eu vou para o evento que eu tenho que falar com o bicho na boca.
Pois é, que é diferente. Até já, pessoal. A gente vai dar uma sinalizada quando for para começar, tá bom?
Obrigada.
Isso, você fazer o que eu acabei de fazer. Avisar para eles do tempo.
Eu ia avisar para eles mais perto.
Não, eu queria. É porque das duas vezes que eu passei, eles estavam falando, eita, e se a gente CCD vídeo, porque eu falo é muito, não sei o quê. Aí eu falei, não, vou garantir aqui, porque não. A dica, não, a dica era essa aí, quando tu for pegar. Ah, não, tem um pouquinho. Não é que eu fiquei, viu, quando falei.
E vem do coração, cuidar de cada ser, essa é a nossa missão.
Pessoas avançaram-se a Terra, nossa única casa conhecida no vasto universo, é um sistema complexo e interconectado, encapsulado em uma fina camada de apenas 15 quilômetros de espessura, que chamamos de atmosfera, e nos protege e separa da vasta imensidão do universo, onde cada elemento desempenha um papel essencial para a sobrevivência de todos os seres vivos que a habitam. Esse equilíbrio frágil é fundamental para a nossa existência, mas está ameaçado pelas ações dos seres humanos, principalmente nos últimos 50 anos. Este desequilíbrio já é evidente nas mudanças climáticas, na degradação de ecossistemas, na perda de biodiversidade e na poluição crescente que observamos. À medida que alteramos os ciclos naturais deste sistema, desencadeamos eventos climáticos extremos e desequilíbrios ecológicos que prejudicam a estabilidade do planeta e têm consequências diretas sobre a qualidade de vida, a segurança alimentar, disponibilidade de água e a saúde de todas as formas de vida na Terra, incluindo nós, os humanos. É imperativo reconhecer que a manutenção desse sistema autocontrolado é responsabilidade de todos nós e é papel desta geração o estabelecimento desse equilíbrio. A preservação da Terra e a restauração de seu equilíbrio exigem ações coordenadas em nível global, bem como mudanças significativas em nossos hábitos e comportamentos individuais. A Terra é nossa casa e cabe a cada um de nós protegê-la. A busca do equilíbrio ambiental não é apenas uma necessidade, mas também uma obrigação moral, até de sobrevivência. Precisamos agir agora para assegurar um futuro sustentável para gerações presentes e futuras. É uma missão que transcende fronteiras, culturas, raças e interesses individuais, pois todos compartilhamos a responsabilidade de defender o nosso único lar. A transição para energias renováveis não é apenas uma medida eficiente para combater o aquecimento global, mas também representa uma oportunidade para construir um sistema energético mais sustentável, limpo e resiliente. Envolve principalmente mudar a forma como produzimos e consumimos energia para reduzir os impactos negativos das fontes de energia não renováveis, como o petróleo e o carvão, no meio ambiente e na nossa saúde. Ao enquadrar a transição energética como parte integral do combate ao aquecimento global, é possível reduzir significativamente as emissões de gases de efeito estufa, mitigar os impactos climáticos e contribuir para um futuro mais sustentável. É um processo crucial para enfrentar os desafios da mudança climática e está baseado em 5 linhas de ação: a maior adoção de energias renováveis, eficiência de energia,
More efficiency in energy and electrification of different sectors, and the capture of carbon. Together, all of those measures are going to help us diminish our dependence on energies that are not renewable. This is supposed to be the energy that motivates us. We are doing our part. What about you? What are you doing? QAIR, care. In the countryside of Bahia, we've been developing 5
de capacidade de energia eólica e solar. São 2.500 propriedades rurais regularizadas, um total de 250.000 hectares de terras. Um mega projeto geograficamente centralizado. O cenário perfeito para a produção de hidrogênio verde em larga escala. A oportunidade de se tornar potência em fertilizantes verdes e deixar o agronegócio brasileiro ainda mais poderoso diante do mundo, com autossuficiência e certificação verde. E mais, produzir e exportar combustíveis verdes em larga escala, atrair a indústria mundial para produzir, se descarbonizar aqui. Estamos diante de um passo acelerado para iniciar no sertão da Bahia a nova revolução industrial, a partir da transição energética que o mundo espera. Quinto ente, desenvolvendo o futuro agora.
Em região diferente como a nossa, existe um banco de produtos. Banco do microcrédito, que produz, orienta e gera renda. Banco da agricultura familiar, que cuida e alimenta a educação da população, que fortalece o PIB e exporta para o mundo.
Não, de ficar com, eu vou ficar fácil com eles mesmos.
Grandes empresas que empregam e fazem a economia girar. O banco da infraestrutura que constrói prédios e abre caminhos. Da energia limpa que protege o futuro do planeta. Da inovação que cria soluções para o dia a dia. O Banco da Cultura viva, dinâmica, da geração de renda.
It generates revenue with 58 billion reais invested that have influenced the generation of millions of jobs. This is good for everyone. We have been trying to develop Latin America. It's not just any bank, it's Banco do Nordeste, in partnership with Governo Federal.
E posso deixar minha mochila com vocês?
Há 26 anos, a Huawei acredita com a transformação digital e energética do Brasil.
Pronto. A gente vai ficar de olho.
Aí a gente vem para cá pegar
Inteligentes. A Huawei tem missão de levar o digital para cada pessoa, casa e organização para um mundo totalmente conectado. Inteligente. É assim que cria as tecnologias para o presente. Evolucionou nas diversas áreas, conectando as pessoas. A Huawei é a única empresa do setor que oferece soluções de ponta a ponta. Estrutura de telecomunicação para conectividade, nuvem, inteligência artificial para digitalização, soluções de energia renovável voltadas para a sustentabilidade e dispositivos inteligentes para...
Palestrantes, cadê a gente tem que tratar aí?
26 anos, a Huawei chegou no Brasil com o objetivo de ajudar a transformar o meio país mais realizado, inteligente e sustentável, com as tecnologias mais avançadas que existem globalmente. A empresa atua em 4 áreas de negócios. As soluções de TIC da Huawei desembarcaram no país em 1900. Hoje, a empresa é a principal fornecedora das operadoras de telecomunicações do país e conecta mais de 95% dos brasileiros, estejam eles nas grandes cidades ou nas áreas mais remotas da região norte. A Huawei é líder em tecnologia 5G e é pioneira em 5.5G. Os setores corporativos, como governos, indústrias, agronegócio, finanças e serviços, todas as áreas da economia contam com inovações e soluções integradas da Huawei para terem mais eficiência e produtividade. Os serviços da cloud crescem oferecendo nuvem pública, híbrida ou privada, com os mais altos padrões internacionais de segurança cibernética e com diversos aplicativos para todos os setores econômicos. Uma nuvem melhor para o Brasil digital. A geração de energia limpa é um dos pilares da Huawei. Em poucos anos, as soluções de geração, distribuição e armazenamento se tornaram parte do cenário brasileiro. Já são 6 unidades instaladas que geram cerca de 5,6 gigawatts de energia por ano. A Huawei entende a importância da inclusão digital para o desenvolvimento econômico. Por isso, promove iniciativas de capacitação para o digital e de formação de mão de obra qualificada. A tecnologia tem que beneficiar os seres humanos e promover a preservação do meio ambiente. Com as soluções de energia limpa da Huawei, é possível gerar 3,9 bilhões de quilowatts de energia renovável e reduzir 1,8 milhão de toneladas em emissões de carbono.
Eu adoro falar em
Aí a Huawei é parceira importante na transformação digital e energética do Brasil e continuará com o compromisso de fomentar o desenvolvimento econômico sustentável por meio de suas tecnologias.
Eles não estão na sala de paz. A gente está subindo pela frente.
Em 2024, a indústria cearense segue forte como o aço e preparada para atender às expectativas do mercado.
For all the English speakers in the audience, we apologize. We are having technical issues with the audio from the video.
Já está no canal correto? Sabe o número? 46, né? Estão todos no 46?
Tá ligado?
Ó,
Senhor, pode ir?
46, 47 e 40.
E vocês entram na sequência. É o carro que tá direito.
Não tem apresentação não, tá, gente? É só simplesmente uma sequência, né?
Vocês
Vamos por trás, né?
Podemos subir?
Era mais educado, né?
Já vou?
Por favor.
Você vai ficar na ponta?
Não, mas lembra do celular. Ah, eu acho legal. Você. 46, né? Português. Ele tá pedindo pra mim fazer isso pra todo mundo, mas eu acho que aí, você quer marcar, por favor? Você quer deixar o tempo no teu celular só pra gente ter um referencial nosso? Porque eu vou ler no meu celular, se não deixar. Claro que eu tô esquecendo, eu sempre esqueço alguma coisa. Vou deixar aqui pro nosso. Você vai desligar. Gente, você me escutou? Escutou bem, Tarcísio? Repete. Escuta bem? Ok. Começando. Gente, não, nada. Vocês me escutam bem? Vocês me escutam bem? Não. Alô, alô, alô. Joia. É porque não pode ficar muito perto também. Quando eu tô aproximando, tá falhando. Tá? Obrigado. Bom, gente, vamos dar início aqui a mais um painel do
We're
nosso
going to
fórum.
start the new panel of our forum. I'm very happy to be here with three big companies from Ceará, three big professionals that are here with me on the platform. I am an advisor. We've been working with this theme of energetic efficiency. We've been doing that since 2014. And in 2020, we've been also working with investors in generating energy. Speaking of the theme that we have today, I'm just going to put my glasses on. Energetic efficiency and electrification. Those themes are key to reduce GHG emissions, and when we think about energetic transition that is going to succeed. So to speak about that theme, we've put together three big companies, three big professionals, Thais, Tarcísio, and Tiago, representing their respective companies. Representing SEGAS, Enel, and Cagesi, three big companies in the state. So when we think about electricity through renewable sources, we know that that is essential for a sustainable development. But irrational consumption of that energy is equally necessary for us to utilize the available resources, minimizing the impact generated on the planet. If we do that in a sustainable way, then we're going to see that we're going to see that we're not going to have wastes. And if we see that waste happening, we can't neglect that. That's why we need to create practices and technologies that will reduce the waste of energy and maximize the efficient use of machinery and equipment. And in the end, we have some initiatives that are connected to electrification and effectiveness in the use of energy, and that should correspond decisively to the it should be connected to the reduction of GHGs. So that energetic efficiency, together with automation tools, should define this new pathway to follow. But it's true that we have much to do, much to revolve in. We've done a recent research at the end of 2022 with 500 executives, and we got to this result. Most companies, big majority of those companies, do discuss sustainability, but half of them, less than half of them, actually worked on energetic efficiency in a sustainable way. So in this context, we actually have to think about ways to do that in a sustainable way. That's why we're here together today. We're acting in an innovative and decisive way. So I would like to invite you all to introduce yourself, the lecturers and speakers. I'm going to start with Tiago. Good afternoon, everyone.
Primeiro, eu queria agradecer.
First of all, I'd like to thank. I would like to thank you all of those who have organized this event, especially Romulo for your invitation, Kajesi, other companies here present. And I'm here to talk about innovation, and I'm very happy to discuss this theme. I'm going to discuss that. It's something that I've been doing for 9 years at Kajesi. I've done that for 8 years, working with sanitation. Since I was graduating at university, I'm going to speak to you a bit about myself. I am a chemical engineer. I graduated from UFC, the Federal University in the states of Ceará. I went to New Hampshire, and I studied there for some time. And today I work for Kajesi, which is the sanitation company in the States. I was awarded with an innovation award. I have expertise in green energy, renewable energy, green hydrogen, and I've been doing that for 10 years, always in partnership with different companies and universities, grow innovation. Now let's talk a bit about Kajesi, the sanitation company. So Kajesi operates in 152 municipalities in the state. So that's more of 80% of all of the total of our municipalities. 5.5 million people that we attend. And we have thousands of people that collaborate with us. And we have a big challenge today. We try to follow the framework, the legal framework for sanitation.
Atingido o percentual de 99%
to reach 99% of the needs connected to water supply and sewage. That has all been universalized. We know that speaking about the sewage system, that shows us that presents a big challenge, because we've been able to cover only 50% of coverage in the state. We're trying to get to 90%. That would be productive. Until 2033, so a bit under 10 years, that's our deadline. There is a huge energetic demand for us to reach all of those goals. We've been talking to our friends from Enel, the energy supplier. We were talking about how much energy we need to treat water and also to take care of the sewage. We were talking about sustainability, and I am part of the oversight, the sustainability oversight at CAGESI. And our objective is to manage this situation in 4 ways. Some of them are connected, for example, to sustainable businesses. We also have a department that is responsible for doing research on innovation and sustainability. I usually flow between these different departments. I take care of a bit of all of them. So we have a little map that I'd like to show you on the slides if possible. But we have to take care of economic issues, we have personnel issues. That's why we have a drop of water as the symbol of it, because we want sustainability to be a part of it. It has to permeate all the strategic planning of the company. And then we have the main discussion, which is, well, we need energy. We have a high energetic demand. And there is a contrast today. The company of water supply and sewage management, today, we have a big challenge, which is to reduce the emission of GHGs. 1.5% of all the GHGs emitted in Brazil are emitted by the sanitation companies. So we have a little perspective of that increase in energetic demand in the next few years. So what can we do to actually reduce that call for energy, that demand for energy, and also reduce the emission of GHGs? That's the issue.
Thank you, Thiago.
Thank you, Thiago. We're going to move on to the next speakers. Let's go to Thais now. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thais de Mello. I work for SEGAS. I am the Transport and Supply Manager. I also work for the International Gas Union.
Atuei também por 5 anos como gerente comercial da
as a commercial manager at SEGAS for 5 years in the past, and I'm also a civil engineer. So let's talk a bit about SEGAS, the company I work for. It's the company that distributes gas in the company. It's part of a state concession. We have 670 kilometers. That's our network. So we are able to support thousands of different households. And we have more than 90 industrial units, which are commercial and public, spread in the state. When it comes to gas supply, SEGAS is well known nationally because we have 10 different gas suppliers and also freighters. We are national distributors. We work especially with people that live in Ceará. We also sell gas to other clients and customers in different states. And we also work with freights. And we are connected to the TAG pipeline system. So speaking about gas, when it comes to this energetic transition theme, I'd like to start with a little bit of a reflection. Brazil is between the position of 6th and 7th countries that emits the most GHGs in the world. We represent around 3% of the total emission. And when we look at where that emission comes from, all of that emission comes from, we see that the biggest sectors are the and agricultural, and also deforestation. But the third sector is the energy sector. The third one is the energy sector. And this is the one that we have to analyze when we talk about energy transition, of course, because it's from that sector that we're able to substitute or replace fossil-based fuels that are extremely polluting to something a bit better until we get to fuels that are 100% renewable. So when we really scrutinize the energy sector, we see that the activities that contribute the most to the emission of GHGs is transport or logistics and industries or factories. That's where we have to focus on gas as a pivot, a pillar that are going to interfere in the world and national emissions. So from the moment when the two most important sectors of the energy field are contributing to those GHG emissions, when those two are the ones that use the most gas or natural gas, we see the connection or the importance of natural gas in that transition. So you might ask me, how can we align gas production and gas distribution in that energy transition initiative? Oh, it is already happening. We're using natural gas. From the moment a factory, for example, replaces coal or oil, when it replaces all of those with natural gas, it's reducing significantly the emissions of GHG. When we talk about transport, when we substitute gasoline with natural gas, we also have a reduction of GHGs. When we have big vehicles, when we substitute diesel with natural gas, we also have a reduction of a significant reduction of those emissions. When I substitute coal with natural gas, it's even more significant. That reduction is even more significant. Still talking about that segment specifically, when we substitute coal with gas, that gas is also a backup. It also serves as a backup tool. So focusing on those reductions, I'm going to mention some numbers here, some percentages. For example, gasoline for natural gas, we have a reduction of 24%. When we replace GLP, which is used in houses or in factories, and we substitute that with natural gas, we have a reduction of 14%. When we have the substitution of coal for natural gas, we have a reduction of more than 42% in the emissions of GHGs. And I'm talking about conventional natural gas. It's a fossil-based fuel because it's the least polluting and the most efficient one out of those. And all of those benefits are maximized when I go to the renewable natural gas, which Ceará has been a pioneer producing and distributing. So just for you to have an idea, a rough idea, when I compared the reduction that I've mentioned, when I mixed a percentage of 15% of biomethane with conventional natural gas, then I have an increase in that reduction between 14% to 28%. And then those numbers those percentages are going to increase when I use the natural or renewable natural gas. For example, gasoline. If I replace gasoline with that renewable natural gas, I have a reduction of 40% of the emission of GHG. So renewable gas, natural gas is definitely vital. We're still going to talk a bit more about that later on. Renewable natural gas. It's a very interesting theme. As you've already mentioned, that really helps us with making better decisions with regards to all of that. Now we're going to hand it over to Francisco.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, good afternoon. Thank you for being here in Eric's on Eric's behalf and here representing Enel Ceará. I'd like to begin by saying that my professional career it mixes a bit with Enel Ceará and actually Quail. So I'm in the electrical sector industry for since '98. I'm graduated by electrical and engineer by Federal University of Paraíba. I've had the chance to be here at the Federal University for in a specialization in efficiency and energy quality. And on the first moment, in a partnership with Microsoft, we've developed a proposal for an inverter to connect the power grid to the generation. And this is a bit about the year 2000, a bit about my training, my education. I've finished my master's in uh, computer networks and working with intelligent power grids. I believe it's an interesting concept for energy efficiency because it connects to all things I'm seeing, like chargers and electric cars. So be able to generate, to manage energy consumption for smart power grids. Well, I will speak a bit about it later, but this is a bit of my career. And after 2023, I was an advisor at the Engineering Council and operating at Pictorial Chambers, FEComércio here in Ceará, and also City Hall, in Fortaleza City Hall in renewable energies. Now, talking about Coelce. Well, the legal entity is still Coelce, but it's still now in Enel's on the Enel's behalf. It serves all of the state of Ceará, the 140 the municipalities, 148,000 kilometers in Ceará are served by our power grid. The state is universalized since 2010, so we have over 99% of people in Ceará served 9 million people served by power grid in the order of 13 terawatts in energy in the 127 substations we have spread, which are the large distribution stations for energy in Ceará. There are 207 large transformers for energy we distributed to the whole state from Chesso, and 173,000 kilometers of distribution, meaning four goes around the earth, spread all over the state of Ceará. So to talk about efficiency, we have 4,800 equipment items automated. So all of our network in the state is possible to be operated by Enel Central location, headquarters at Governo 1150. So all this brings about the concept of efficiency as a whole, not only energy efficiency but operational efficiency. So to talk about a bit about and advance a bit of what I'm gonna talk about in Eric's next question. In Ceará, we have 4.2 million clients, and among them 1.4 million clients, which are for low income zones with lower tariff. And when we talk about tariff, not only Enel but others have the role of providing feeding for the whole electrical center in the whole country, since generation and inspection is all paid by our energy bills. So in this context, just to get you to know a bit about the electrical industry, and on a 100 reais bill, in Brazil, generation of renewable efficiency. When I say this number we have in Brazil is not for energy. Over 80% of the energy in the whole of Brazil comes from renewable source. Even by safety, I believe Brazil has one of the best renewable energy matrices in the whole world. As a second point of that second 100 reais bill, 23 out of them go to tax and sectorial charges. And then I'm going to reinforce a bit about the concept I'm going to mention ahead, which is the social tariff is covered in these 12 reais out of the 100. So for transition, so for the energy comes to Ceará State, it's around six reais, and for distribution, so we can do a bit of what I'm going to mention a bit ahead in the energy efficiency. We keep around 29 out of those 100 reais in the bill. So Eric, then I believe this is a good point, so we can go to the next question. Okay, perfect, guys. Now, opening to the question phase, I'll take the hook, left by Thais. I'm gonna say everybody got curious, I imagine, by sustainable gas and natural gas that has an even better level of emissions, even better than for 100% fossil natural gas. I'd just like to add one detail that besides all those benefits and the utilization of using natural gas, as mentioned by Thais, if compared to fuels like coal, wood, heavy oil, have an energy efficiency gain in big numbers, which means natural gas is really relevant for energy transition. It's an energy source which is extremely necessary for this transition in a sustainable way. So this way, Thais, please tell us a bit about how does the biogas project fits the CGAS strategy, the sustainable development. Is it fundamental? And another one, which is increase the availability of gas, so it becomes an abundant source and available for small companies, especially in the interior of the state, get the chance to do the transition into a more efficient and a cleaner fuel. Well, the biomethane project here in Ceará is a pioneer project with highlights not only for the national level but also to the international level. We distribute around 90,000 square meters of methane per day. It comes from biogas, which is obtained from the sanitary fields in Qair. So you can have some idea of the relevance. This number, 90,000 square meters per day, it represents around 15% of the gas distributed in Ceará nowadays. And this percentage is the second largest percentage of renewable natural gas injected in the network of gas in the world. We are just behind. We are second only to Dinamarca. So you see, a state is only second to a country. So you see, if we get all the biomethane produced in Ceará from December 2017, we have had a distribution of over 178 million square meters in the state, and this has contributed for the reduction of over 2 million tons, or equivalent to CO2, around 500,000 coming from the replacement of fossil natural gas by renewable natural gas, and over 1.5 million coming from the capture of methane released by the earth fuel. So, also in line with the energy transition, it allows for the emission of 178 CBios with the carbon, which are carbon credits. It allows for the issuance of over 900,000 gas rack. What for those who don't know it, gas rack is an environmental certificate that ensures the origin and traceability of biogas or biomethane, and it's being used for the first time in Brazil for biomethane here in Ceará with this project. Another hallmark of this project, this biomethane project in Ceará, is a regulatory evolution. So you know, when we started this project, there was no regulatory environment that would allow that would allow the injection of biomethane into the channeled network of biogas. So what did we do? We we distributed this biomethane for 6 months for a single client, which is Sebras, our largest client nowadays. It's a white ceramic industry here in the state. And after that, those 6 months, ANP, the regulation certification unit for company for Brazil, was allowed this distribution for the gas network. So after that, all gas distributed in the state for any user of natural gas in the state of Ceará uses part of this gas comes from biomethane. So we see that this project has also contributed for regulatory regulations that produce for the project, and from this project many has been done in other states. So another point you also asked about is another big advantage from biomethane, which is from benefiting from solid waste from agriculture and sanitary earth fields. It allows us to serve other regions which are not served by gasoduct regions. So it gives opportunities for the development of the state itself. From earth fields located in the southern Ceará, for example, I can allow industries in those regions to be receiving gas, which wouldn't be possible given the infrastructure existing only in the metropolitan region of Fortaleza. So another positive point about biomethane, which is important to highlight, it's one more gas supplier. So it contributes for the increment of gas offer, not only in Brazil, but in the world. And that's it. And as I mentioned about possible uses of conventional natural gas, biomethane has interchangeable properties at 100% with other gas. That's why it gets to be mixed with natural gas and all the usage situations I mentioned for the residencies, industries, automotive areas, together with the conventional natural gas. This use is also allowed for biomethane, always more and more in line with the transition such as the traditional natural gas. That's perfect, Thais. So we see that innovation is always involving some break in paradigms, in barriers. So we see how it's important for us to be focused on our objectives and make things happen, especially in Brazil, where we are still very incipient in terms of stimulus and regulations for to foment this kind of regulations. So talking about barrier breaks, let's talk a bit of different matter now. This panel is different. It's interesting because of the diversity we have here. Now I'll give the floor to Tarcísio. Tarcísio, Enel has been developing a work of energy performance improvement and for consumers, low-income consumers. So this way, what are the main policies and how do you notice Enel's role in this context of fomenting actions for energy consumption, especially for low-income consumers, and now benefiting from your expertise? I couldn't let go of this. Tell us a bit about how you see the main policies and the main regulations that have been implemented in Brazil to offer support for those pillars connected to energy efficiency. Thank you again. I'd mentioned that Ceará has over 4 million consumers of consumers connected to Enel. So from those 1.4 are low-income ones. So as a distributor for energy electric energy distributor, how can we expect that our consumers reduce consumption as they distribute energy? Well, it's a great role that they have in terms of social, in the viewpoint of education and knowledge, because to me particularly, we can only grow socially as in terms of, especially as a country, with education. So in this context, since the 1999 and 2000, when I began working with energy efficiency, we've been developing programs with this low-income consumers on education, fashion, by implementing methodologies that have been placed by Procel, Eletrobras. I even remember the name of the methodology, the nature, natureza da paisagem e energia. So, objectively speaking, these projects along this, throughout this over 20 years, have enabled people to just, in 2023, we had almost 700,000 people with the possibility of getting to know the concepts of energy efficiency and sustainability that are very walk hand in hand for us. So over the 700,000 people either had this information in their schools, or had in their schools what we know as annual annual shape, which leads sensory teaching to these kids in the concepts of energy efficiency, especially connected to sustainability. And in a physical way, we know a low-income consumer, and now talking about talking as a technician and engineer, they have in their efficiency experience to their fridges, and in the main replacement by more, especially in Ceará, for energy efficiency. We've been talking about replacement for more efficient equipment. For example, in these years, over 700 fridges have been replaced. And when you have a fridge with no technology or degraded with the energies that spend a lot of energy, and when we give them new ones and recycle these old fridges, over 120,000 fridges have been replaced in the last 2 years, around 2,000. And connected to that, maybe what I'm going to say is not so impacting, but we had a period by the beginning of the year 2000, and when Brazil went through some energy reduction, and something we keep going on is lamp replacement. We were using incandescent light, and we are now using LED lights, and over 800,000 lamps replaced in this energy project. So when you think about consumer units, only in 2023 we had over 55,000 of these low-income UCs. We also have projects, but not about energy efficiency, but we're talking the Eco Enel project, where we had the possibility of transforming the energy bills into bonuses. So we allowed these low-income consumers to become paying clients, and it's great for us. Imagine that the low-income consumers have a discount in their energy bill that can reach up to 60% of the tariff. But when you allow them, when you enable them to spend less energy, and when in this context of energy efficiency, we enable them to pay the bill. So when I talk about tariff, why do I say it? Energy sector is hermetic. Whenever benefit we try to implement, we pay them as a client, and the generator gets only 30%, up to 30% of the price pie, so they can increment this campaign. So there are energy efficiency programs since the year 2000. We don't have in big numbers, around 232 million reais only in Ceará to handle education equipment replacement, to handle the energy efficiency context.
que é a questão
Now
da
we're
transição
going to talk
energética.
about the energy transition
Quando a gente
issue.
fala de transição energética,
When we talk
como eu
about
já
that,
citei, o setor
as I've
elétrico
already
brasileiro ele é
mentioned, the
pródigo
electric
em energia
sector
renovável.
in Brazil today is
Eólica,
very
solar, a nossa
prestigious
hidráulica, que
when
representa
it
hoje
comes
pouco mais de
to all of these
50%
renewable
de tudo aquilo que
energy
é consumido
sources.
no
We
Brasil.
represent
Então,
50% of all the consumption in
para o setor
Brazil,
elétrico de
wind-wise,
eficiência,
water-wise,
assim,
in
de
all different
geração
segments of
sustentável,
energy.
é meio que, assim,
So
superar
transitioning into something that
mundo, né?
is more
Porque nós somos
renewable is
referência para o mundo.
it's like
Mas
breaking through. It's
está se
a
falando hoje
victory.
bastante em
And you know
eletrificação.
that the
Quando
eyes
se
of the
fala
world
em
are the
eletrificação,
eyes of the
e
world
aí
are on
colocado
us.
pelos colegas
So
a
we're
questão do
speaking about
gás para
electrification,
transporte,
still
a
talking
gente
about
vê
the use
que
of gas for transport, for
esse
example.
conceito de transição
That
ele vai estar
concept
muito
of
atrelado ao
transition
papel de
is
cada um de
connected
nós
to the
na
role that
sociedade.
each one
Aí
of
quando eu
us
falo
has in
cada um de
society.
nós, não somente as
Each one of us
distribuidoras de
in our
energia,
societies, but also
quando o
the
poder
energy
público
distributors, but
está
also the
colocando
public powers.
infraestrutura,
They need to
o poder
invest on
público municipal,
infrastructure.
estadual, federal,
The
tratando de
municipalities' powers,
regras, como está fazendo agora
authorities, the
com
federal
a questão da renovação das
authorities too
concessões,
have been trying
colocando a possibilidade
to
das
implement
distribuidoras
new
trabalharem com
concessions.
smart grid, com medidores
We're trying to work
inteligentes,
with
porque
a smart
hoje
grid, with
você tem uma
AI,
limitação tarifária para usar esse
because we
conceito de
have a
eficiência mais ampla,
fee-related
que
limitations
é
when it
propiciar
comes
que
to
os
implementing
consumidores
on all of that.
possam verificar o seu
We're really
consumo
trying
e,
to
por meio da
we really
informação, buscar
trying
utilizar a
to
energia de uma
help the
forma,
consumers be
vamos
able
dizer,
to
eficiente.
verify their own
Então, as
consumption. So they
empresas,
need to keep
por lei,
track of
podem
that
contribuir
themselves. So every company can
nessa
contribute
transição,
in that
buscando
transition,
consumir
trying to
energia de
see,
fonte renovável. O mercado de
trying
energia
to
elétrica
consume energy
brasileiro hoje está muito
in a
focado
renewable way,
no
because
mercado
the
livre.
Brazilian
E o
market
mercado livre
is
hoje ele
focused
tem
on free
muito
marketing,
de
Mercado Livre,
utilização das
and
energias
that is
renováveis,
connected to
das
using energy
solares,
that comes from
das
solar
eólicas,
panels
que
or
estão aí
wind
muito
farms
oferecendo.
that
E
are offering a
o fato,
lot
por
for
exemplo,
us.
da KGS hoje estar no Mercado Livre, ela está
So
dentro desse
all of
conceito, né? Você está passando a
those things are
utilizar
inside encompassed in
energias de fontes
in that idea.
renováveis
We're really
propriamente
trying
ditas.
to use renewable energy.
Bom, transição
Now,
justa, a
transition,
gente fala de net
fair
zero.
transition.
Net zero,
Let's talk about net
utilização
zero transition.
de até, salvo o melhor juiz falou, eu trabalho num grupo que é mundial e as
I work
nossas
in a
gerações deverão
worldwide
ser
group,
totalmente
and
livres de carbono até 2040,
we are
mas tem um
trying
grande
to set
caminho para
a
isso.
deadline,
Isso eu estou
2040. We
falando
want to
um
be
conceito mundial,
rid
porque no
of
Brasil
all the
não. O
GHG
grupo ele
emissions.
tem todas as suas
But
gerações
speaking about the Brazil scenario,
renováveis, eólicas e
you know that
solares. Aqui no Ceará tinha
we're
uma
using quite
geradora,
extensively
a
solar and wind
APSV,
energy.
uma geradora a gás, mas ela
We had
não
a gas
fornece
generator
parte
before,
do
but
nosso
it's no longer
portfólio.
part of
Então é muito isso.
our
Eu acredito
project.
que cada um de nós tem que
But I really
participar
believe that each
enquanto
one of us has to
pessoa
participate
educada, enquanto
as
poder público
an
municipal,
educated
federal,
person,
e as
also
empresas,
the
talvez as
federal
distribuidoras,
government,
propiciando estrutura
companies and
para isso.
distributors have to work on
Perfeito,
giving us
perfeito,
that
Tarcísio.
structure.
E eu acho que um
Thank you so
aspecto
much,
muito
Tarcísio.
importante que
I
muitas
think a
vezes
very
ele não
important
é
aspect that
abordado
is not
da forma
always
correta e com a
covered in
importância
the
que
right
ele
way,
deveria ter
with the importance that it has
é
to
a
receive,
conscientização
is
necessária para o uso,
is
né,
becoming
correto,
aware
o uso eficaz da
or
energia.
facilitating that awareness on how to
Nenhuma
use energy.
ação de eficiência energética ela vai ser completa
We
sem
can't
a gente ter
really
uma contrapartida
make it
de
feasible
educação do
without
usuário,
being
né? Não adianta
educated, without
eu
having
fazer a
our consumers or
substituição
our
de determinada
users
tecnologia por uma
educated
tecnologia mais
and aware.
eficiente e aumentar o consumo,
I really
de
can't
uma forma
increase on that
desproporcional, uma
consumption
forma
in an
descontrolada, né? Então, o
disproportionate way,
papel que a
disproportionate
Enel
way.
tem de
So
trazer essa
what Enel has
conscientização,
been
de
trying to do is
trazer
to make
essa
people aware.
discussão para a
We are
sociedade,
trying to foster
principalmente
discussions in society,
para a classe de renda mais baixa, que
especially when
não
it comes
tem
to
acesso a esse
low-income
tipo de
communities that have
informação,
no
né?
access to that kind of
E ainda mais
information.
fomentar a troca desses
And we've been
equipamentos,
trying
né?
to
Então, ou
foster
seja,
the
atuando nas duas
exchange of
pontas.
those pieces of
Eu lhe
equipment,
dou
so
uma
acting
oportunidade de
on the
você
different
reduzir o seu
ends to all
consumo,
of that.
mas também lhe
So
explico
I
como
want you
você
to
pode
diminish or
atuar
decrease your
de forma mais
consumption, but I
consciente
want you to act in a
para
more
continuar
conscientious way
nessa jornada do
in this
desenvolvimento
journey
sustentável,
to
né?
sustainable
E
development.
a gente não
So we couldn't really finish such an enriching subject without mentioning some important things. Here in Ceará, for example, well, I am from Alagoas, another state, but I live in Pernambuco, another state of the region. But here in Ceará, I have to tell you, we are always surprised Now I'm going to hand it over to Tiago, representing Cagesi, the sanitation company here. But we're not going to talk about waterways. We're going to talk about what Cagesi has to say about this ever so important thing of energy transition. So what are the actions that Cagesi has been trying to carry out to innovate and contribute to energy transition in a sustainable way? Thank you, Eric. So now I'm going to reiterate and actually add to what I have already said before. When I was talking about sanitation, I said that it emits 0.5% of all the GHGs in Brazil. Our friend from Sagaz mentioned something similar too. We're not going to use slides now. A little message to the backstage people. So as Thais has said, talking about Sagaz, the gas company, one of those GHGs that has been provoking a lot of climatic changes, of course, we know that. In the sewage sector, the water supply and sewage sector is probably the main sector that is affected by climatic changes. We've been observing that for some time. We see that those changes have actually had an impact on the water supply in different countries, like Santa Catarina, for example. Many different water treatment terminals have been harmed. In Amazonia, we had droughts, rivers that were dry. We weren't able to distribute water. I'm also part of a committee, a specialized committee that is specialized in innovation, and that works in different states in Brazil. So I know a bit about what's going on in different states. So we've been able to see that we need to act as agents to cause a process of not polluting. Cagesi is a big consumer of energy. We have more than 200 kilowatts of energy being consumed by Cagesi on a regular basis. So we're going to see that is going to have an impact on the sewage management. So I am responsible for all of that innovation, the innovation department in Cagesi, where we've been trying to develop different technologies. Our friend from Sagaz has spoken about biogas, but that project specifically has to be focused on different sewage management parts or aspects. We have 90,000 cubic meters of biogas. So we have to analyze the default terminals that are not going to be able to produce as many cubic meters. So this is not feasible sometimes. So what have we been doing? What are the solutions? We created a program together with a local university. That's why we got that award that I mentioned before. We've created adaptable technologies and that were developed specifically for the sewage management, sanitation. So that's why we needed those regulatory framework. We are trying to manage the volume of water that is distributed. I think it's very important that we generate energy with GD. From our calculations, we're able to produce way more energy if we do that. I can produce 50% already 50% of the energy that the sewage management requires or demands. Water treatment also requires a lot of consumption. So we have to work with other innovations, like the generating of energy through macro distribution of water, through green hydrogen. We've got lots of approved projects to produce green hydrogen. We want to work together in terminals, in water treatment terminals, and actually provide and supply energy for those terminals. We've been working with hydroelectric plants. We have other innovations connected to the operational body, of course. We've been working with solar panels installed in our unit. We have partnerships with other 3 companies, private companies. One of them is just to install photovoltaic panels in our different units. Another one that we have is Utilitas, which is a company that is going to be the main supplier of water for the green hydrogen hub in Ceará, because in Ceará we're not allowed to use superficial water for that, or submerged water. It has to be a reutilization water for that. Something that emits a lot of GHGs is the agricultural industry, but it's also the one that consumes the biggest quantity of water. So energy and water together. We need to remember that water has to be distributed first and foremost to the population, and after it goes to sewage, we have to treat it again and reutilize it for agriculture, for factories, for many other industries that can benefit from that treatment. And finally, we have another one, which is connected to the water reuse, and that diminishes the cost too.
It has lower energy costs than drinking water, so we have a benefit in the process. So we work with all of them and all of these pathways, so we can bring cost reduction and energy reduction, and also greenhouse gas reduction, so we can do, as a colleague mentioned, convert environmental passives to economic passives. So we see 3 different companies, 3 different approaches, which are entirely different, and 3 individual objectives for each company, entirely different, but all will align with sustainable growth. So it's of a richness with no precedent. So just to close, I'd like to leave a question or a provocation to all of you. I'd like to begin with Tarcísio. Considering all that has been said, how do you in the companies you manage, you represent, see the main bottlenecks we have now in Brazil and in the state of Ceará to reach acceleration for those initiatives, which are so relevant and so innovative? What kind of policy, what kind of action you believe to be necessary for us to boost and speed this process? I'm going to Tarcísio, then Thiago, then Thais. Okay, I would just like to thank for your question. I didn't highlight any. Well, I'm not good at advertising, but I've been a militant as I've worked for some time as a university professor in distribution of energy. And when we reached an energy efficiency subject, for personal reasons, I had to leave university. So the answer I can give you is about my trajectory. I believe on the context of education, on the role of the distributing company to boost by their own means the financial resources they have for that. But we obviously don't work only with low income. We develop projects for the community as a whole, as a distributing company has already done. Other energy efficiencies have been worked in the hospitals, and so for the public public powers and talking about the collectivity. So the distributing company's role will remain with the concept of distributing knowledge is something so relevant for communities because they reach all homes in the state of Ceará, because they have professionals in the most diverse regions in the state. They have partnerships and important partnerships with FIEC and SENAI and developing structures for training. And we believe, I believe a lot in the power of participation, power of developing or raising awareness. When I say participation, I talk about the distributing company in the process of education, of training and education. That's what that's the message I want to leave, and thank you for the opportunity. Okay, thank you, Thiago. Well, just to close with your question, we've been working besides our work with teaching sustainability in schools. We have many projects. We have a management of a social environmental management. We have both and also for internal and external. And we believe that the main for our sector nowadays to reach energy transition, sustainable transition, as I like to say, is we want to promote what, as our colleague from Afghanistan said, regulation. It's difficult for us to promote energy regulation and effluent treatment stations. It's really difficult. I'm responsible for one of those units. We had many difficulties to advance, and technology, national technology, technology with so how sanitization work in Brazil, because we see technologies coming from other countries with different realities than ours in numbers of stations in technology to treatment technology used. We have a big potential. That number of emissions I forgot to mention, that number of emissions is all done by methane, which is biogas, right? So it's 28 times more pollutant than CO2, more pollutant than CO2. So when I use this to generate energy, I'm generating not only renewable energy, but as I'm also reducing 28 times the emissions of the sector. So I have a capacity. It's there, available. It's naturally produced by treatment. So we need to advance on those thematics and innovate and develop technology and have support that we've been acquiring together with ASB. We've been advancing. We will probably participate. We will participate from the next COP30, all aligned with the environment ministry. We have been participating effectively in the elaboration of the climate plan because we don't have a sectorial plan in place for sanitary finalization. So we are fighting again. No plan to fight against greenhouse gases. Well, the plan is under preparation. The previous plan has a single paragraph talking about the whole waste sector. So we need to advance in this sector because 1% we see nowadays. Well, the steel industry needs decarbonization as we see, and it corresponds to 3%. But the steel industry won't double their production up to 2033, and sanitary finishing will. So I'd like to, as I work with the innovation for sustainability, because many people would like to call innovability the general world CEO who crafted this term, and I like this term a lot. I'm going to paraphrase another person I like a lot to mention, which is Brundtland, and to define innovability. I believe we need to advance that. Innovability is serving the demands of the present in an innovative way with the purpose of ensuring the sustainable development for the next generations, because without that, we won't be able to move on. That's it. Thais? Well, regarding the gas market, I believe the first bottleneck I see will be the absence of specific regulatory market for gas. We see many regulations focused on energy transition, decarbonization, but when we go to specific regulations that could stimulate the user of technology to increase efficiency in using gas, to reduce the volume of consumed gas. We see regulations that are very vague at best. Companies don't find a proper direction that could stimulate this type of investment. So the second point I would think as relevant would be the absence of public policies, fiscal and tax benefits focused on the gas market. Conventions, installation of new entrepreneurships, gas power requires a lot of high investment, and we don't have any governmental policy. And this, I can say, in the state, federal, national, and municipal levels, so that could stimulate this this type of investment and conversion to gas, differently from what happens in many other countries. And I can quote here a few examples I've seen over the internet in gas unit. We have there are biomethane plants in Portugal which are 100% subsidized by the government. There are plants producing green hydrogen in Singapore, entirely subsidized by the government. And when we go after a project of such magnitude here, many too often it's only made feasible by private initiative, differently from what happens in many countries. So a lack of tax incentives, calculation-based reduction, and rate reduction would be very, very relevant for to stimulate new investments and immigrations of and migrations from more pollutant energy sources to gas. Another point, as Tarcísio mentioned, is the lack of qualified professionals also in the gas market. Many companies cease to take position for migrating from woods to gas, natural gas, from fuel oil to natural gas, afraid of being adapting if there's any professional qualified that could help them and support them with this change. So they keep emitting more pollutants just for the fact of being afraid of not existing qualified professionals that could support that transition in their plants. And yet another point I see is a lack of strategic view for many companies focused on energy transition. Many companies see energy transition as a long-term responsibility. They don't see that energy transition is taking place now, and this stimulates immediate actions focused on energy transition. Many people see energy transition as only when we have 100% renewable energy, and to reach that level, we need to undergo the transition. So, as the name itself says, so we need to go from wood, from GLP, fuel oil to natural gas, and this lack of vision is still a hindrance. And taking a hope from the SEGAS as a distributor of channel gas, not only natural gas, it's entirely stimulant of energy transition. So if a user wants not only natural gas, but also renewable energies like biomethane and green hydrogen, well, we offer it, and we can offer them solutions. We are not here just to distribute natural gas. We are here to make feasible, fair and sustainable energy transition. So summarizing, I believe the main bottlenecks focus on the gas industry, lack of a specific regulatory mark, lack of public policies and tax incentives and so for the investments, and a lack of qualified professionals, and a lack of a strategic view focused on energy transition of the companies, so that we can have transition take place in an efficient way. Perfect, Thais. So recently, the It was an old article, but in face of what all you said in your final thoughts, it came to mind some article I read from Quatro Rodas magazine, a car magazine, talking about Toyota Mirai, which is a hydrogen powered car, and the reporter who would say, please forgive me if I don't remember the correct sentence, but he said something that I found very real, very impacting. He said something like this: future is not hydrogen, it's not for solar energy, it's not aeolic energy, it's not other renewable fuels. Future is should be sustainable. Development we seek should be supported, should be one supported by alternatives that allow for sustainability of the planet. We can't have any specific kind of paradigm, or as it was said yesterday in one of those lectures, we can't have, we can look at specific sectors of society and place them as an enemy. We are all together in the in the search of energy transition, which is more equanimous for all of us. So thank you for your presence, and I finish this panel.
Rapaz, foi muito bom, viu? Agora não, vou pedir uma foto. Deixa eu só. Olha o que a calça tá fazendo tudo. Não sei se pode. Não, só é bonita. Fiquem mais aqui, ó. Mas só é bonita. Mas só é bonita. Levar um. A Maia vai vir inverno, né?
Deixa o microfone aí.
Ainda me deve ser. Nem sei o que você
Cara, aqui naquele painel que estava ali,
Boa tarde.
Good
Não
afternoon.
sei se tu me... Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Gostaria de apresentar aqui o painel
I'd like to introduce,
o debate sobre infraestrutura como alicerce da transição energética.
we're going to talk about infrastructure as the foundation for energy transition.
Estou recebendo aqui os três convidados.
I'm
Fábio
receiving,
Granchon,
welcoming three
vice-presidente de operações de
guests
Porto Pecém.
that we have here.
Marcelo Schmidt, gerente-geral da Staldhaven Terminais Brasil.
We
E o
have
Juan Francisco Qair
a
dos
visitor
Sanches,
from
diretor da
Brazil
Quinto
Terminal.
Brasil. Bem-vindo. Eu sou o moderador
Welcome all.
aqui, sou Sven Richard, diretor da SAP, para apoiar a distribuição.
It's going to talk about how those logistic centers can contribute and cooperate in the distribution of those renewable energy sources. Finally, we have Juan Francisco Colado Sanchez, who is the director of Redington PR, who has expertise in international trading, and he's going to talk about how to make it easy for Brazilian companies to have markets in Spain. So he works with market analysis that really strengthens all the commercial relations. And because of that expertise, we're going to talk about how all of that can also touch the economic sector. I'm going to hand it over to Fabio Granchat. Good afternoon. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for the invitation of being here, having this little chat about how important infrastructure is when it comes to energy transition. Thank you for moderating and hosting this panel. I'm not going to take too long. Our friend has already spoken a lot about it. If you'd like to know more, we can do that privately, and I will leave you my little link on the screen. My name is Fabio Granchat, and I'm going to use my allotted time to discuss that point. I'm going to talk about the Pecém industrial complex and port. For those who don't know, that complex is here to the north of the country, in Ceará, in our state. And it started as a port. About 20 years ago, it started operations in 2002. And throughout these 20-odd years of history, we had very important chapters about the history of this port. This port was developed for certain kinds of businesses. It was an iron industry and a refinery. But then we needed to postpone those projects, and then the port needed to reinvent itself. And today it's well known for lots of different victories that we've had throughout all those years. It's recognized as one regional hub. It's also a port that works with multimodal transport. We are one of the big exporters of fruit. So the port really needed to reinvent itself. And we know that the port today has changed a lot throughout these 20-odd years of operation. And something that is very important, that was very relevant, was the iron industry. It started being built in 2013, and for 3 years until 2016, we saw a big advancement. It was a very important change for the port. This iron industry sector in the port, the delivery of raw material and the exportation of all of the produce of the port is a relevant part of our volume of service. And later on, we had the arrival of the Rotterdam port as being a contributor to that port. So it contributes with 30% with all the investments. And that was also a very important chapter, having this shareholder with us, the Rotterdam port. So having a new business plan was also relevant and very noteworthy for all of us. We can say that we tried to reflect what was going on in the Netherlands, trying to mix industry and the port segment. So since 2018, we've had a new design. We don't only manage, not only do we manage the port, but also the industrial area behind the port, which is 19,000 hectares. So we are responsible for all of that. And inside the complex, we have a very clear goal. We have the goal, which is very engaging in my opinion, which is to create a world of opportunities so we may be able to transform generations. And this is exactly what moves us forward, trying to find new ways to develop and to use all the tools provided by the state to reach that goal. Energy transition is an opportunity. It's something that can really transform generations. And we've been using and taking care of that responsibility in different ways. One of the ways is working on the efficiency, effectiveness, and decarbonization of the port operations. The more we are effective and the more we decarbonize, the port operations, bringing on tactics and programs for us to do that and decrease the GHGs. We can see great results throughout. We want our users and customers to be able to do that themselves by using clean combustibles, clean fuels. We want ships to be connected, to be electrified. So the electrification of ships is something that we want to foster too. That's something that we're trying to implement. Something else that we have as an industrial port, which is to produce green fuels. And we're trying to bring that into our complex. That's why we have the green hydrogen hub inside the Pecém industrial ports and port complex. So we have a great availability of energy, renewable energy resources, which are low cost. So we're trying to connect all the power plants in that grid using all of those advantages, and the port has been able to do that. We also have the exportation zones where we can have, through which we can have some tax incentive. So bringing all of those points together, we can see that we can make a change in the world, and our competitiveness has increased double-fold when compared to our competitors in the world. So that race is definitely global, so it's important to see how we're doing. So in the Pecém complex, we have the big responsibility in our hands. We operate in different ways in order to decarbonize all the segments in which we are involved. Thank you very much, Fabio, for your presentation about the CIPP. Later on, we know that it's going to connect the world even more in this energetic transition. Now I'm passing it over, handing it over to Marcelo Schmidt. You may introduce yourself and speak a bit about your history and your company. Marcelo Schmidt, representative of Stolthaven. I'm very pleased to be here with you this afternoon, sharing in this initiative in which we are participating today in Pecém. Thank you, the host and all of you. Before getting started talking about our project, I'd like to talk about Stolt, my company. For over 60 years, it's been operating. It was created by a Norwegian family. I created some sort of innovation that changed the maritime commercial exchanges. I have a specific ship that was developed that has really facilitated that maritime trade. This ship is able to transport liquids, and it has contributed a lot to the globalization process that we see. So now we have a fleet of 180 ships, and we've got other business divisions too. We moved headquarters to Holland. We are based in Rotterdam, where we operate a network of different terminals in 16 different countries. We have many tanks too, ISO tanks, where we take care of fish culture. When it comes to sustainability, we had the goal of decarbonizing, trying to reach level 0 of emission, GHG emission. And we can see that Brazil was way ahead of us when it comes to that. We have the second terminal with less emissions in the world. That's true. But something that we also worry about is minding our clients, our customers. How can we help them decarbonize too? So in the last years, we've been able to move significantly our products to make changes. And we've become in Santos the first terminal to have half of all the cargo connected to biocombustibles. And today our main drive is definitely not connected to that fossil combustible or fossil-based fuels. And when we're seeking some opportunities to do that energy transition, we were able to see some other examples, like Bacen, for example. We are in Rotterdam, but now we could see that the Bacen port was investing in shareholders and having shareholders. And when we analyzed their projects, we were enchanted. We were very pleased to see what they were trying to do when it comes to reducing GHG emission. And that's when we decided to stick to it. We have a little slide that we may be able to project. We're trying to build a multimodal terminal, also helping and assisting different clients. The first slide to the left, we have the first phase of that terminal that is dedicated to the production of green ammonia. Something that is even more important is because it's a logistics operator that operates with neutrality. So we've been able to increase on the production of ammonia, and we do that in a faster way and more economic too. So we are very happy to offer the same service with the same quality for a producer that is just starting, one that is starting with 1 ton, for example. So we're going to be able to do the same for that one that is more experienced, producing 300 tons every day. We're not just going to connect to the terminal that we are building, but we're going to build some ammonia pipes that are going to connect the ZPEs, as you can see, as represented by the area inside the red square. Also going to have another connection connecting number 2 here, as you can see in the photo, right in the middle of the image, where we're going to be loading the ammonia. Why ammonia? Because hydrogen today, for us to be able to store it and transport it, it would be very expensive, quite costly. You would have to be transported in spheres with high pressure for it to become liquid. We need a temperature of minus 70 degrees Celsius, and it becomes liquid. So high pressures are necessary for us to maintain it liquid. So when we add ammonia to it, we can transport that liquid product with a temperature of minus 30 degrees. So it's definitely easier if we add ammonia to it. It's definitely more economic. We may be able to store it in its liquid phase and to transport it. Ammonia is like a natural energy battery. And produce this battery through solar panels or wind farms. We can transform that into a hydrogen-based product and store it with ammonia. We can wait for months and even years, and it's still going to be effective. And in the end, we're going to be able to revert back this ammonia into hydrogen. We're still designing it. We have some engineers participating. We are signing some documents, some paperwork is involved. We have lots of companies that are interested in the project. Some of those are more advanced right now, which are the anchor producers or manufacturers. And we are trying to offer an infrastructure that connects the port, the Bacen port, and Stalt. And one of the companies that is working with us has a vast experience with all of that, transporting liquid fuels, and offers their service in a very democratic and open way. And that really helps us install new manufacturers in Brazil. That's a real challenge. I usually say that this project is an ecosystem. It starts from the very production of that renewable energy. Then after that, we have the distribution process. We have the feasibility. We need to have the best equipment for all of that. So all of that, in the end, ends up in the transport sector, maritime transport, in order to be distributed. Many companies around the world are adapting to use either ammonia or green hydrogen in their productive or manufacturing processes. We're speaking to one of our biggest clients last week, the second biggest chemical industry in the world. There already needs in three of their units 150,000 tons of green ammonia. So it is already part of the decarbonization of those companies. That's why infrastructure is very important to make it all feasible. Thank you very much for your presentation, Marcelo. I can see that Bacen has many different partners, high-quality partners, and together with Rotterdam and Stolthaven, I see that that's a team that is going to rock it.
I'd like to give the floor to Juan so he can introduce himself.
Boa tarde. Meu nome é Juan Francisco Colado, sou o country manager de minha empresa, ArrayTech, no Brasil.
Good afternoon.
Levo morando em Brasil ano e...
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Francisco Colado. I'm the president of my company. If you allow me, I'm going to speak my Spanish. I feel a bit more comfortable. I'm going to talk about the transmission infrastructure sector. I'll do a quick presentation about my company and the structure of the company, about the challenges that, in my view, we've been facing in Brazil, and how a company like mine decides to join and invest in a market such as this in Brazil. So, oh, now it's going to work.
¿Se me escucha bien?
Can you hear me well? No, there's some return sound from his earphones, maybe. I'm going to present my company inside Spain and Latin America. My company presents it. So my company is composed of 5 branches and a single operator in Spain. It's dedicated to transition in Spain, as we say. So it's the first transporter operated in the world. So it was the first in this transport and operation ever installed in the world. It took place through our company. Other company came then after it. and then an international branch where we also want how the transition business happens. The international level growth would be a natural path. So it's another company that works with optic fiber and leads the sector in Spain as a satellite operator of communication, and its mission is interconnected communities to reduce the digital reach. Is the platform of technological innovation that offers presented in the telecommunications sector.
La estructura accionarial es muy sencilla, el 20% lo tiene el Estado.
The structuration stays with the state, 11.5% are the minority companies for generation and transmission, to a maximum of 3%, limited to 60%. It's a free market. And in Brazil, we can say that between the power grid activity in Spain and international and national market as a whole, we're likely to represent 80%. The most relevant points, I would say, as a transporter and operator in the market, in terms of Brazilian terms, so everybody gets to understand, it would be like world nations together. So it's almost 40 years, and then expansion of the power grid. As you see, it's an entirely different number, and it's so bad in years. Then he got better and went to the stock market. Then so we see the 35 first companies and the 35 first companies in 99. We'll talk about international marks. It was the first company that created this control center for renewable energy to facilitate integration in the world, and also the first interconnection international between Spain, Europe, Africa, and Morocco. It took place through a company through submarine cables connecting Spain and Morocco. And the region, they're ahead of energy transition.
Y está plasmado en un plan
estratégico. We're talking about the decarbonization energy. The decarbonization energy is contemplated in our pluriannual strategic plan that allows for the sustainable development based on the number of technological innovations. So we're always seeking for efficiency and people at the center of everything. Redinter, as I mentioned, is the international branch. We have presence in 3 countries, 99 in Peru, Chile since 2016, and Brazil since 2020. In Peru, Chile, growth that have been won over the period of construction, and then an acquisition of assets which were already operational. And it happened in Peru and Chile since 1999 up to the present. And in Brazil, it was different. In Brazil, we came in 2020 with the first, in that moment, was the purchase of assets. It was a national investment that became the first acquisition, most relevant acquisition in terms of volume in the history of our transactions in Brazil. Then exceeded by what we did in 2022 when we bought assets from the group, and it became the first one. The second one, given the first and second transition models came from in the world, started by my company and the group Energy in Bogota and here and from Bogota. These are the first marks from the year 1999 up to the present. In this network, we have the availability rates we have in every country. And at the end, it was a natural pathway. So this is what we get to know. They can operate and if you can operate and transmit, why can't we do it outside our borders? Then I'll introduce you our installations, our facilities. We are at the north of Chile, the south in Peru, and in Brazil, we're located in northeast. Then where we have this whole explosion of and a culture of renewable energy. And then also in Brazil, we have a line of 320 kilometers in the Amazonia region. And then we are 100% operating in over 760 kilometers. But it's like 1,800 in Peru and 4,200 in Brazil and 1,600 in Chile. So this slide represents the life of our assets we have in each country. And here, one difference we see here when it comes to Brazil is the structure of 30 years. We have a concession for 30 years, but in Chile, they are perpetual. Okay. So entering our Brazil branch, which we were acquired together with the energy group in Bogota, and here a group in Bogota in 2020, and we had we almost doubled the assets in 1 year after that. So as we can see on the figure on the right hand side, in our east, we see the whole generation in the north for renewables, and we have to focus on where we have consumption energies, consumption units, and this is the location where we have a yearly collection of 1.65 billion per year, a margin of 0.91%, and the collection we are the fourth private in the country, and the third in a medium term of life with the assets we currently have. So we've been at it's been in operation since 2018 on. And now my next question, I'm going to talk about challenges and why we invested in Brazil. Thank you. Thank you very much, Juan. And thank you for speaking about Red Inter. Let me change the audio here. So we are now going to ask our invitees some matters which follow us services as a debate matter. The first question goes to Fabio. How does the port is getting prepared to support energy transition in Ceará? What are the main initiatives ongoing to modernize import infrastructure to make import and export of renewable energy? Well, that's cool. We've basically got three pillars, one upon which we operate. The largest one with all certainty is we have been fomenting the production of green hydrogen and green ammonia, as Marcelo mentioned and showed the diagram. In this front, in this initiative, we promote a green hydrogen hub, and this hub has as a main assumption the use of shared infrastructure. Why is this important? Especially in an industry that's taking flight right now, when you get risks and share risks off and share capex among several parties, it seems to make a lot of sense to speed up investments for those producers, because we're talking about extremely massive investments, extremely high, and hub comes this concept, so producers come and can focus their investments in production per se, but then after that production, so we can have companies such as Stolthafen, companies such as Stolthafen do this local transportation between production and tanking. So we can have this storing in their terminal, and then we can do this export operation as well through their hands. Another pillar from the hub we use nowadays is then local transport and storage infrastructure. Then the other one is access to the grid, to have it done in a common way so that every producer can, in a very let's say affordable way, get access to the grid, so we can invest in a substation at the very center of the production cluster. And last, water supply being shared by all the producers, so that we can have lower cost for the implementation of those plants. So this is the first pillar, which is promotion of production of renewable energy and hydrogen and ammonia. Then the second pillar, we can advance the decarbonization of our port operations, right? So we can, our productions are around 60% electrified, and we keep giving steps so we manage to electrify more and more our operations. The large actions in this point are that next year already we expect to have the onset of our operations with internal electrical trucks for internal movement, and we've been investing in a loading station for electric trucks, and we've been also investing in electrifying the cranes, which are now diesel powered. We have now 2 cranes which are hybrid. We can have possibilities of being electrified, so we've been building the infrastructure so that these cranes get to be connected to electricity, and from this point on we can expand this type of actions to the moment we get more and more a port that gets to be neutral, carbon neutral.
E o terceiro ponto é a gente conseguir ajudar os navios, para quem não sabe, dentro de porto é onde a gente tem o maior quantidade de emissões são os navios, certo?
In the ports, they are the ones that emit the most GHGs. Whenever they are waiting to board, or when they are still getting to the port, the engines are still on, so they're emitting a lot of GHGs. So then we have the effectiveness that we need to consider for us to be able to have the fewest ships waiting to...
E depois você chega no porto, você pega e
the first thing we have to do is to accelerate and wait until we're able to stop the ships. So that's not something that we want. We want to be able to have the ships get to the port and be immediately turned off. To turn off the engines of those ships. We don't want them to keep waiting. We also want to electrify, to turn them electrical. We have technology for that. We've been working with many different clients for that. There needs to be a retrofitting for those ships. Our port today is 100% moved by renewable energy. So this makes a lot of difference for us to offer that clean energy while the ships are operating in the port. This is just in one of the docks. We have 10 different docks. So different opportunities that we have to advance with that agenda. So clean fuels, decarbonize our own operations, and make it possible for ships that are the biggest emitters of GHGs. We want them to do less of that in the port. Thank you very much, Fabio. That's very interesting to see.
Uma rápida pergunta, os recursos para esses
investimentos. What about the resources for those investments? Where do they come from?
Vamos lá. O maior investimento que a gente tem,
the biggest investments that we have is definitely when we're trying to establish our green hydrogen hub. So in the port, not just our partners, but we ourselves, analyzing all of the investments, high investments that we have, we also have that. We need to invest a lot of money in those big infrastructures. The utility aisles that we have, two big expansions that we're going to have in the port, connected to their piers. So those three big things, they require a lot of investments. We calculate around 1 billion reais. That's our investment. And for that, we have a partnership with the World Bank that is going to finance part of that investment that we're going to apply in infrastructure. The second pillar, which is electrification, investing on electrification for the infrastructure, so that they may be able to do that. This is like our own funds. It's money that we ourselves have. And the shore power that is required for the ships to dock, it's also us. We are the ones taking care of that. So, would you like to ask anything? The audience? Fabio, I've got a question for you.
E qual a perspectiva de solução para atender tantos projetos de
in order to meet the demands for green hydrogen in Pecém?
Perfeito. A gente aqui no Pecém,
something that we are doing in Pecém is we have a transmission system. It's not a privilege that we have. It's not a Brazilian privilege. It's actually a problem all over the world. We're no different. These green hydrogen blueprints, the power plants actually, require an absurd amount of energy, and it has to be concentrated energy, and that exerts a lot of pressure on transmission systems. So if we analyze that factor, still adding all of the uncertainties that we have from the clients and customers, we have quite of crazy dynamics. So all of those systems need to be expanded to encompass all of those projects. But we have an availability today. We're able to start this process, the process of producing green hydrogen and ammonia. That's something that we can already do. It's not sufficient to include all of the projects that we have, but gradually we're going to be able to get there. Together with all of the systems, the transmission systems that are being reinforced step by step, I believe that we're going to be able to get there. We're going to be able to get to our goal. Thank you. It's a big challenge, isn't it? We need a lot of water too in the production of green hydrogen. So we have to wonder, well, where is that water? Where does that water come from? We have to say that it's true that we live in a blessed place when it comes to water supplies. Oh yes, I'd like to add something to it. We need to break the water molecule to produce green hydrogen. And some of the solutions that we see is to take the salt away from the water. This is something that we can do, and it's something that we've been implementing in the Pecém port, and it can be a very sustainable opportunity. We can treat the sewage too and reuse that water, to use that. We can use that in the production of green hydrogen. We are betting on that. We are really investing. The first projects that we have, for the first projects, we want to use that kind of water. Another question that we have, still with Fabio. What about the possibilities to develop terminals for other kinds of green energy, such as methanol, for example, and other kinds of energies? So as Marcelo mentioned, at this first moment, the most efficient way to transport green hydrogen is using ammonia. The quantity of energy that we carry and the effectiveness of this load points to the use of ammonia. But in that scale, that's an industry that is just beginning. So we really believe that other technologies, other ways of transporting and freighting that energy are going to appear. I'm quite sure that the evolution that we're going to have in the transport of pure hydrogen, well, we know that it's very expensive, but I believe it's going to become more affordable. Methanol is another possibility too. Together with ammonia, it's one of the fuels that is going really well. We use it. It's very relevant for the decarbonization of the maritime sector. So our port has to be ready, and I think we are. We are ready to bet on other technologies that are related to the transport of those renewable fuels. But ammonia is definitely not going to be the only one that we're going to use in the near future. We need to get ready for other technologies too.
Perfeito, ótimo. Obrigado, Fábio.
Very good. Thank you, Fabio.
Pergunta para Marcelo Schmidt.
Next question to Marcelo Schmidt.
De armazenamento e
For the
logística
storage
pode ser
infrastructure,
otimizada para
how can we
atender às
optimize
demandas
it
crescentes
to
de
meet the
energia limpa no Ceará?
ever-increasing demands of clean energy in Ceará? And what are the necessary investments to reach those goals?
Muito bem.
Well,
Acho que essa pergunta até
I think this
complementa
question
pouco
complements
o comentário que eu ia fazer
the
na
comments that I
última
was
pergunta
already
que o Fábio
going
respondeu,
to give
uma
when
vez
Fabio was
que
talking.
a nossa experiência, a nossa
Once
parceria com o Porto
our experience with the
inicia
port
com a amônia verde, mas não
starts with the
finaliza com a
green
amônia
ammonia, but
verde.
it
Então,
doesn't end there.
este complexo
So
portuário
this
de terminal de armazenagem
port
que inicia
complex that
com
is
esses
always
tanques
working with the
de
storage,
hidrogênio de
that
amônia verde,
works with
poderão ser ampliados para
ammonia
terem
and
outros tipos de
hydrogen
produtos.
tanks that can be
Como nós
expanded
temos
so
em
we can
Santos,
have
por
more
exemplo, o
products.
SAF,
For example,
né,
in
a
Santos,
gordura animal, como
we
nós
have
temos o
animal
etanol,
fats, we
como
have
temos a
ethanol,
experiência de operar com
we
metanol também.
operate
Então,
with
são,
methanol too.
como o Fábio colocou,
Just like
dependendo também do combustível de
Paulo
motorização
pointed
dos
it,
futuros navios,
we have to
a
work
gente
on
pode ter uma
on how
estação de
to move
bunker
ships.
com esse produto que, se não for
We can use
o
these new
hidrogênio verde,
products to
poderá ser o
move,
metanol, poderá ser outros tipos
even if
de
it's
carga.
not to
Então,
move
na
those
verdade,
ships, even if
novamente,
it's
o
not green
conceito dessa
hydrogen, we can use
parceria
other
entre
fuels.
Stolthaven
So the
e P100
concept
é que
between
nós tenhamos
Stolk, my
uma
company, and the
unidade,
Bethune port
polo
is that we have a
logístico
unity,
em que o
a
custo
unit,
fixo ele é único e você
where we
vai
have a fixed
ampliando
cost.
isso com os diferentes tipos de carga e
And
com
then
isso
we're going to
podendo
amplify that, expand
suportar
that with different kinds
efetivamente
of
essa
cargo,
transição energética.
which
Nós
can be
sabemos
able
também
to
que o porto
support
de Mucuripe
that
aqui em
energy
Fortaleza está
transition.
passando
The
por um
Mokoripe
processo também
port here in
de
Fortaleza
mudança
is undergoing
futura
a
de cargos
changing
de energia
process
para
when it comes to
P100.
their energy
Então,
supplies.
nosso papel é muito de apoio ao porto
So what we
e
have
aos
to do
futuros
is
clientes
we
que
have
eles
to
venham a ter.
support
E, obviamente, com a
the
nossa
port.
outra divisão de navegação,
And in our
ter
other division,
efetivamente uma
navigation
frota
division, we need
preparada
to have a
para poder
ready
criar soluções de
fleet,
transporte
prepared
marítimo
fleet,
para as
to
diferentes
create some
regiões,
solutions on
permitindo,
maritime
de fato,
transport,
para que, como o
which
Fábio
we will
colocou, os
permit,
clientes de
just like Fabio
P100
had already
se
said,
foquem na produção
permit the
do seu
clients
combustível, ou seja, o
to
quanto
focus on the
esteja
production
importando
of their fuels,
dessa forma, e nós possamos fazer o que se
and
chama
so
de
that we may
door-to-door,
be
quer dizer, uma
able
operação de
to
logística
do a
integrada com os
door-to-door, which is a logistics operation concentrated on clients. I'd like to add something. As a complex today, we've been discussing, we've been creating different projects for other fuels like methanol, for example. We have a very beautiful combination with another project, which is going to be a new chapter of the port, which is our partnership with Nordeste China, where we're going to be working together with the agricultural segment, everything that is necessary to get there.
Se você me permitisse, só para
If I
finalizar, eu
may,
acho que
I'd like to add
o que
something
nós
before I
estamos
finish.
vendo
So what we see
aquele
today
processo que o Brasil passou em
is
termos
that
do
the
boom
process that
do
Brazil went through,
agronegócio,
the
na parte
boom of
de
the
sólidos, de grãos, nós
agro-industrial
estamos vendo
businesses
agora exatamente a mesma
related to
coisa
grains,
acontecendo na parte
we see the same
da
thing
bioenergia, né?
happening with
Então, o Brasil se
bioenergy.
tornando grande
Brazil
celeiro
is
de
becoming
originação de
one of the big
bioenergia, né? Então,
generators of bioenergy. Fabio has already mentioned the railroads. From January 2025, Santos is going to receive ethanol, corn-based ethanol. Now we're going to have something that is definitely more fruitful because we have more corn than sugarcane. So we really believe that railroad freights are going to help with that too. And then we see the advantage of our geolocation. Pecém is quite close to Europe compared to other ports. So we have a reduction of the freight, a significant reduction, which really increases competitiveness. That's very cool. So still speaking about freights, what about the costs, the transport costs? I've already mentioned that transporting hydrogen is complicated and expensive. I believe there's just one ship in the world that does that. So ammonia is the most affordable way to do that. What about the composition of the product? Is there any relevance? I know that you have your own fleet with a structure. Is that going to be possible? In Germany, for example, the future of takers of hydrogen in the world, they're going to receive green hydrogen through pipelines. Gasodutos in Portuguese. How has Pecém been able to compete with the rest of the world with all of that? I've already heard in another summit that the energy produced in Brazil is one of the cheapest in the world, which already compensates price-wise. So this conversation that we had recently with this world chemistry industry, we also spoke about the price connection, the price relation.
In such a way that production of green hydrogen in Pecém, when already placed in Europe, already included free transport and storage, will reach there around under $1,000 from 950, 960. So out of this, approximately $60 is logistics. All the remnant is movement and production. And these clients today told us they can't buy green ammonia or green hydrogen by $1,000, so they buy more expensive. So we believe that reaching there by $950, it's a future number, but in the market it's very, very low, but competitiveness is very high. So be it for production or transport, because when we look at the Ceará state and the hub that has been created, as Fabio mentioned, through the dilution of a given cost for a larger group, among a larger group, we have all these distances, this total distance from the solar or aeolic energy, it's a little distance to the hub, and the distance to embarkations, we're talking about 15 kilometers, so it's a very low distance. And the distance when we speak from Pecém port and the markets in Europe, so the logistic calculation for the whole, be it for logistics and delivery of the final product, brings a very high competitiveness to us. So reminding what we're building here in Brazil as a multi-usage terminal, there has no such paradigm in the whole world. All terminals for green ammonia, which are being built in the whole world, are being built for a single client. So there we see the scalability, the distance, and the production as advantage for Ceará state. Thank you, Marcelo. My last question for Juan. So, based on your experience, Juan, do you consider Latin America a good place to invest in an electrical sector? First, I'd have to say that the transition energy transition in Brazil requires collaboration between the private and the public sectors to develop infrastructure, transport infrastructure that allows integration of these renewable energies. So a good example we have for the stations. The sector is entirely liberalized. So, and the first, what's the first thing you see in the country? Before investing in another country, the first thing you analyze in detail is see if they have a legal regulatory mark, a stable one, and of course sufficient for the mechanisms, with transparent mechanisms and that acknowledge investments done, calculation of the income, and also associating to billing mechanisms. So this is the first thing you have to see, that they have a foreseeability and stability, and this country had it, so that's the reason we've been doing that. And then after that, as it was said, this sector is liberalized, so we can acquire projects that, I don't know, don't require construction or can build, operate, and maintain. So in this comparison table, what I present as differences, what we have in the market between Peru, among Peru, Chile, and Brazil. The three markets, when we say in terms of adjudication by bidding, and I've operated in Brazil it's for 30 years, and while in Chile it's perpetual. So in Peru we have relevant differences inside Peru, because in Peru it's 30 years for operation of assets. So it's 30 times you sign the contract. So it's very favorable terms for Brazil. Well, actually in Brazil we have an incentive to build before and to start operation, put assets in operation way before, and it's a win-win for everyone. So you can offer it for those who wants to consolidate and build their assets. You can offer them a bonus for advancement of works, and you can advance that in 3 years, for example. You can actually offer them a bonus, and if transmission, well, if you gain some time, you can amortize an investment. If you, let's say, start operation and you can collect earlier, so you can have a buffer for that investment, for amortization. You can so have a 1 year buffer, so 1 year to be collecting that income, so it's a higher rentability. So if it's a great for infrastructure, it's again a win-win for all involved. So there's no so there is incentive for to speed up service, and the first difference. And then, well, the retribution is it's protected against inflation in all three countries. It's a very relevant factor, and in Brazil it's very relevant that the inputs are indexed to IPCA. So then we have a tax revision, because we don't have Chile's for years, for the first 20 years, and in Brazil the tax revision is from 5 to 10 years. So, well, in those 5 years, the macro forecasts forecast of 5 years before, both in IPCA level and at the level of interests of assistance. So we can ensure those investment for them with this legal mark. It can offer a 5-year term, so it can be ensuring investment 5 years after. So this is the difference between the three countries. I can say that all three countries have opportunity of investment, of this expansion between Peru and Chile. Well, expansion complicates, but in Brazil, the period of time will be well, for 5 years. So, well, they are long-term deadlines, so you can plan properly the investment you want to do in the country. So investment projects, enforcement projects, and Well, we can say or ONS or and so they're not out for bidding. So we can have investment tables for but for investment or else. So the lessons learned. The first of all is that independently of what we have had, as I said before, a country with a legal regulatory mark, we can say where a place where the place where you invest inside the country will have it clearly set, given the energy transition by renewable energies in the three countries, especially in Brazil, you have been investing in and in north of Chile and in Peru and in northeast of Brazil. So we have the growth of the growth for the renewable generation. So we see a crucial need for the development of the transportation lines. And the lessons learned, we'll see the three countries, the fact that three countries are in this red area, their communication arms. So the challenges we face, we've been managed to solve the same issue with you've given you can handle them in through communication. And the third point, and not least relevant, it's we have an African proverb that I like a lot. It says, I can say it, if you want to walk fast, you go alone. If you want to get far, take somebody with you. So for us, we are searching for partners based on the same value that have this very long-term view, just like us, and it's fundamental for to diversify, to mitigate risks and support us and put our hands together, put our efforts together. So it's a fundamental project, and for us, directly speaking, as I said before, we have a energy group in Energia group in Bogota, as we've been investing since 2022, with a bit over 2 years. So we'll keep being our means of growth. So, but with neither of them we get to grow, and we couldn't grow in Brazil unless it's by means of this connection. Oh, sorry, we were being told that our time is getting to the end, so let's ask the final question. So given the crucial role that infrastructure represents in an energy transition, what are the main barriers you identify in your respective areas to make Ceará one of the main energy poles, clean energy poles for the world? So I don't know who would like to answer first. We have maybe 2 minutes for each. Well, I can start. I believe that the matter goes through the port and logistics area. The regulation itself for the ports with green hydrogen. We have a recently approved law on the green hydrogen, but it needs regulation to adapt it to not only for the production view, but also for the transport and storage view. And the second barrier we have, as a known one, is the matter of lack of legal security in the country. And the third point is a capital cost in Brazil versus inflation perceived. I would say these are three barriers we need to be working on the macroeconomic viewpoint, so Brazil can become as competitive as neighboring countries. Because if we look at Chile, these three aspects, it's being managing to create conditions, create means to boost hydrogen production faster and better than here in Brazil. So it's something we have to overcome to support that. Yeah, okay. It's true. It's more a political issue than the will to have it done, if I can make this comment, right? Would anybody else like to make any comment? I would just like to complement something Marcel said in a more encompassing way than he did. Generally speaking, the great throwback, sorry, the great holdback in is cost, because we do it in a very unfair way. We always compare green against the gray, and any effort in infrastructure we always talk about the same challenge. All three pillars I said, as the way we put in things and investing as a port, involve cost, involve investment. Obviously, if there's do we have an investment expectation, return expectation for that investment? So there's always the same story. But when we compare gray against the green, we only compare price by price, as if the gray one would bring zero consequence. And we insist on saying that the green is the premium. And we should, in this situation, say that the price for green is the right price, because it's more encompassing. Gray one has a discount that the world's been paying for. So while we should face this in a bit of a different way. I believe regulation of carbon, which is just beginning to advance that further in Brazil and in the world as a whole. This is what's going to make the biggest difference, so we can compare apples to apples. So we set a price for carbon, and the gap between gray and green will start to be a bit more fair, a bit fairer. This is essential for us to be able to speed investments in green energy and decarbonization. Yeah, Fabio, I believe you spoke many truths there, and if I can add some personal comment, it depends on a sacrifice on each of us as as persons to face and pay the price for something better that we may want in our lives, right? That either that or bear in mind the indirect costs. That's the big point, because the carbon market helps us bring this indirect cost to something more concrete, because it's not that this cost doesn't exist, it does, but it's difficult to be calculated. So we just think the green is more expensive, as if it causes no consequence for the rest. So while we are at the end of our debate, I don't know if one wants to make any comment fast before we close.
Sí, me gustaría hablar brevemente sobre los desafíos a los que
I'd
se
like to
enfrenta
talk about all of the challenges that we have in the transmission sector. So we have to be able to project very fast. So let's talk about the macroeconomic system. So we've had revenues that were not very stable in the last year, so we've had some challenges. We've had the fixed revenue that has an increase.
Y claro, en una situación que aquí además en este mapa se ve muy bien, Brasil tiene la mayor
situation that we can see in the map. Brazil has the biggest wind capacity in the world in northeastern Brazil, like to the north of it. And we see a very big potential for solar energy too. It is an energy matrix indeed. So we can see a potential for 90% of its energy that is produced to be renewable. So when we see all of that situation, when we see the zones of consumption, we see that there is a connection between all of that and the transport systems too. But we see that when it's connected to, when we compare Brazil to other countries, we see that is not very, we're not in a very good situation economically speaking. All of the revenue is not really getting there. So it's something that we have to work on. What is the future? What's the electrical future of Brazil? It's something that we've been trying to scrutinize. We have to work on the supplies. We have to increase the price of raw materials. We need regulations, a regulatory framework too that will favor this energy transition. And we also have to take care of the climate changes. We see that there's strong storms, heat waves too, and that also gets in the way of our operation. So a lot of investments are necessary to innovate and contingency plans. And speaking briefly about that, in Brazil, we use in real time the equipment that is necessary for that. We've been using different tools that have been enabling us to actually reach and get to that goal. We use digital solutions too that really that allow us through AI to detect abnormalities to the system. On the other hand, when it comes to different projections that we have connected to temperature and energy consumption, we do that through AI. In order for us to inspect all of that different abnormalities, we have to use the best tools in the market, and AI has been really helping. In order for us to tackle those challenges, for example, the extreme climate change, that we need to come up with a contingency plan. It's already been mentioned. We have a hybrid system for the operation and maintenance of all that happens in our company, for example. We implement different lines of operation to tackle all of that.
Los problemas principales vienen siempre en línea. Se nos caen 3 torres, 4 apoyos, no, torres.
So we've been having some issues with all of that. We have to admit to it. So we really need to count on a very strong team.
24 horas se acaba de movilizar a 80 personas, torres, torres de emergencia.
For example, 80 people in our team to deal with that, with all of those emergencies that might come up. So I think those are the biggest challenges that we face. So we get to the end of our debate. Thank you very much to all of those who are here. Marcelo, Fabio, Juan. We're very happy that Brazil is it's a country in potential. Investment is possible here, and we really bet on the growth, sustainable, wholesome, healthy growth using renewable energy. So thank you very much for your presence, and good afternoon. Have a great day.
Gracias.
Yeah.
Hola. Hola, 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 hola. Hola. ¿Me escucháis? Sí. No. Bueno, ante todo, muy buenas
Okay.
tardes. Muchas
Good
gracias por
afternoon,
quedarse
everyone.
hasta el último momento en poder
Thank you for
ver
staying
esta
until
mesa
the
que creo
last
que va a ser
moment
una de
with
las
all
más
of us.
interesantes, si no es que la más interesante.
And I think
Tenemos a tres
this table
personas
is going to be
maravillosas que nos
probably one of the
acompañan
most
para
interesting, if
hablar el
not
día de
the
hoy sobre
most
una de las temáticas que
interesting.
parece
We have three
poco
wonderful people
importante, pero
to
quizás
speak
es
about
una
one
de
of
las
the
más
themes
relevantes, ¿no? Hablar sobre el papel de los medios de comunicación
that
en
is
la
very
conversión
relevant, which is the
energética. ¿Qué
media
nos cuentan los medios?
participation
¿Qué no nos cuentan los
in
medios?
climate change
¿Cuántas
and
mentiras
energy
nos cuentan?
transition.
Están listos para hacer
So
una
we know that there are many
conspiración sobre
lies that
todo,
we are
o en realidad
told.
nos están dando la
So let's
responsabilidad
work on some
social que
conspiracies, shall
necesitamos
we?
de comunicar socialmente la comunicación social de
And
verdad.
we
Hay
also have
interés
the
detrás,
big
no hay interés
social
detrás. ¿Cuál es la
responsibility of
responsabilidad que tienen
informing
como
people,
medios,
of course.
y bueno, también voy a atrever a preguntarles
So
como medios y luego como periodistas, ¿no? Que son dos cosas distintas. ¿Cuál es el
we
papel
have many
que cada uno de
responsibilities.
ustedes emerge estima sobre esto? Por un lado, tienen este lado de sensibilizar al público
So on
sobre
one
la transición
side,
energética, la
we
importancia
are
del
trying
cambio
to make the
climático,
public
y creo
more
que precisamente
sensitive when it
central.
comes to this
Por otro lado,
climate
combatir esta
this
desinformación,
energy
y
transition.
ahí es donde entramos en unos problemas
And we
sobre qué
have
es
to fight the
información y
lack
qué
of
es
information.
desinformación sobre esta temática.
And then we're going to have to start
¿Cómo
debating
incentivamos
on
que
what is true
los medios de
information, what
comunicación
is fake
generen
news,
interés sobre esta temática tan importante que le demos la
and
importancia debida? Estamos
how
en
does that
Ceará,
media
estamos en el lugar
how
más
does media
importante de
really
Brasil en
work on
cuanto a
that?
la transición
We are
energética.
in one of the most important
Realmente no es un
places in
tema
Brazil
que sea apasionante ni muy
regarding
atractivo,
energy
pero sí
transition.
a todos nos afecta y tenemos que tener una manera de comunicarlo
We
mejor
know
para
that
atraer más y de una forma mejor.
everything can impact,
No
can
solamente a
have
través
have an
de
effect
las
on us.
noticias, sino también a
So
través de la publicidad, a través de
we
diferentes
have to
medios de
really
comunicación
work
de que
through
podamos
all of
atraer a
that
la
through
gente a este tema.
publicity
Tenemos a tres
and the
personas aquí
news.
con nosotros maravillosas que nos van a acompañar.
Now we're
En
going
primer
to
lugar, me gustaría
accompany, we're going
presentar
to
a Jay
follow.
Edman. Jay Edman,
First
de
of all,
parte
I'm
ser
going to introduce some of our friends.
un gran amigo y un gran colaborador
Jay Edman,
en los últimos años.
who is one of the biggest collaborators that we have. He's got a very vast experience in America. He worked in different magazines, in local communities, in the government. He worked for the private sector, and is going to help us out with his perspectives. So, how are we using the private media to help us out in that public interest? What about the financing of all of that? We're going to touch those subjects too. We have another friend here with us, Alejandro Auda, who has worked in many radio stations. He works for one of the most important magazines about economic diplomacy, which has been trying to promote different themes. We also have Armando Lima, who represents one of the most papers here, called O Povo, very important newspaper. We're going to try to understand the local dynamics for all of that. So those themes are very important. So thank you very much, the three of you, for being here with us today. We're going to start with Jay Edman to speak about his views. So you're going to have between 5 and 10 minutes for that introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, number one, I think, for having us all here. I think this is an amazing opportunity, an event, and a venue. So when we talk about the facts really boil down to a few things. It's important to acknowledge what the current
landscape of media looks like today. And when we talk about what that landscape looks like, you have to understand consolidation. So when you talk about consolidation, that means that all the local channels, all the streaming platforms, so on and so forth, even your online platforms are being consolidated. What does that mean? Consolidation simply means that you have larger conglomerates buying up, smaller platforms, smaller situations. And how that changes the landscape is there is basically decisions coming from one head, one group, one board, right, that shifts that conversation all the way through those platforms. So I'll take a really great example. Most of the streaming platforms that are popular, whether it's, the Amazons or the Rokus or whatever those things may be, they're owned by a handful of companies. Obviously, Amazon is its own, but Paramount, for instance, owns probably about 40 or so, more or less, streaming platforms, right? That is a huge consolidation. So that means that the mission and agenda of a Paramount when it comes to film, TV, streaming, the content that you watch is decided by one body, right? And you've had obviously a lot of platforms that were big, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, no longer having that power in the marketplace. So let's take that into context. When you start to look at how consolidation impacts us, now there's no longer a diverse conversation in terms of what media looks like. And the most important example, obviously, if you've followed, the US elections and all the things that happen, we've had very interesting experiences with Jorge in New York during that time. And that was a challenging time because when we talked about, what does it look like to have this kind of impact with climate change and how do you get that out into the media space, there's pushback. There's pushback because now that this media and this information is consolidated, right, there's only a few stories that will get out. Maybe it's going to be about the election, or maybe it's going to be about obviously the other crises that are happening in the world, which are more related to war. So again, you cannot push a topic such as climate change out into the public conversation. So that is an issue. And I'll pass it on, but I think that we have to look at one, consolidation, and then how do you obviously push past this condensed form of distributing media and information. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Ángel, no sé si te gustaría continuar.
Sí. Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias, Jorge. Has tocado un par de temas muy interesantes sobre todo. You've spoken about two interesting themes, more than anything, based on some studies that we have here. We understand a lot about the degrading that some means of communication are going through, be it either the TV or the radio. All of them have been suffering that degradation. They're no longer communication means where information and freedom of speech were predominant, and now they're no longer that. Now it's all about marketing and publicity, that's all. It's just a way to make money. This is some of the problems that we see today. And when it touches energy transition, we see that that segment has also suffered from that message. En la historia de la transformación del mundo que se va a hacer aquí en Ceará. We can see that there is a hallmark in the production of energy in the world. And how are we going to spread the word? The political or economical moment is really a factor, a contributing factor to all of that. For example, they can manipulate an event as big as this one. Y yo creo que otros medios no tradicionales. I really believe that other means that are not traditional might be used too, such as social media on the internet, and that supplies the deficiency that we see on the main media. I really believe that we have to be careful with the way we use the means of communication that we have. We have to guarantee the quality of information because through social media, that is very complex. It's complicated to find quality, objectivity, and true facts. It's a very big challenge that we have. And together here in this panel, we're going to try to come up with different clarifications and help people that use those means of communication, but they need to be present. They need to act. And we're going to try to spread the right message. For example, especially when it comes to what's going on in Ceará, we have to create social awareness. Thank you very much, Armando. I would like to hear you now. Someone that works locally. What is the responsibility of the people? What is your responsibility? Can you hear me? It's very interesting to have this event because it fortifies, it strengthens the media, and we have to actually spread true facts, and we have to see the practicality of it all to act in a practical way. We see that there is a certain cannibalism among the companies. One company consumes another one. I work for a company that has been trying to resist those new platforms, and we work with a newspaper, with printed newspapers. But we've been trying to build on our credibility to show people that the information that we spread is faithful. It has what it takes for the population to be better informed of what's going on in their states. And when we talk about climate change and energy transition in Ceará, we've been following those step-by-step connected to the energy transition. Ceará was the first state in the country where we developed wind farms. We are pioneers when it comes to the implementation of green hydrogen. So we try to collect all of that information, and it's all anchored on the credibility of our paper. And we bring that on social media too, on YouTube and our own platform. And that touches different segments too. TikTok videos, little documentaries that we have to prepare. So this construction is relevant and pertinent. We have to build on our reputation using faithful sources, reliable, trustworthy sources, like the ones that we see in the event, so we can pass it on the best way possible. And we have to really avoid any biased statements that we might see. Then we try to easy to see by all people. Well, very clear, thanks. Thank you very much for your participation.
Como vemos, hay un tema importantísimo de credibilidad, hay un tema muy importante de la financiación de la noticia, por otro lado, cómo la financias la noticia. Y también hay una temática sobre qué espera el lector o el televidente, qué es lo que espera.
We have some issues with the reader or the person that is watching TV. That person is really expecting to be well informed. For example, when we present some sort of publicity to a citizen, the person is going to buy it. He is going to pay for it. So could you talk to us a little bit about that? How to be faithful to the customer?
We touched on that, right? So it's really about how do you actually deliver information in a truthful manner, as was mentioned, right? When you talk about information, you talk about the truth of that information, making sure that, streaming through platforms, streaming through whatever that particular content is that, and it's funny that we had a conversation earlier, it goes into fact checking, right? And so if you talk about what that really looks like, you have to sometimes go deeper into a conversation to understand the origin of that conversation, right? And, some of us are older, and when you talk about that, we would go back to obviously book references. Even book references have some misinformation in there from the past, but it's usually more reliable than what you may find on a web, because you have to understand that there are websites that are created, as we know, as a term clickbait, but on certain subjects, especially when they're high volatility subjects, there can be multiple websites, 30, 40 websites created just on that topic. And you have to be able to weed through that or have the mindset or wherewithal to actually know to weed through that to actually find the origin of that source. And with the origin of that source, then you can start to actually have real conversations with the public, with the communities. And obviously, when you talk about, climate change, climate action, right? What's real and what's quote unquote fake news. So I think it's important that we look at how do you weed through this information. We talked about sources. I think again, for the younger people out there in the audience, think twice, 3 times before you take information, you recirculate that information, understand where that information is coming from, especially when it's an important stuff. I think that's just an important conversation to have.
Efectivamente, Jade, yo comparto plenamente la búsqueda de las fuentes fiables y sobre todo que la información sea lo más
entirely
veraz
agree about the sort for
We
legal
really have to work
for
so that
correct
information is
information,
really
and that it has to be
trustworthy.
as
It's true that all
trustworthy as
of the means
possible,
of
because
communication have their own tendencies.
in
We might be a
journalism
bit biased.
is
Journalism
one
has the
objective
objective.
everyone should
We
run
want
for,
people to actually
but
know the truth. We have to come
to try
close
to
to
reach
what
as
is
close
true.
to get as close as possible
We
when it
have to be
comes to
careful with
data.
our data.
And I believe
Data has to be accurate.
that data must
They
be
have to be
very
clean.
and they must be approached
We need to have a very good approach to all of that.
Properly, and the public opinion and content in certain and in this meeting in professional actors and leaders, and they can be booking as agenda for energy transition thing, but transmission means of information by political or commercial interest have made mistakes. Well, we have always political or business.
Pero a ese factor se le ha sumado también la desinformación que viene a través de los nuevos medios de comunicación.
And this is also due to the lack of information or disinformation that has been coming from the social media. And we also have this mea culpa to do as president, myself, and of several communication means of communication in Europe. We should look inside, and we also make mistakes with the large ones, with the small ones, and especially depending on political influence and economical dependency of companies, because in the end, information is has been facing some abuse. So it has been causing the population, especially the younger ones, to be rushing to the internet as media, as means of information, and has been causing giving access to fake news, as Jay has been mentioning, and making them to be broader, and it's been very difficult because in these times, information cause even political or business earthquake. So it has been causing much of the population in the globe has caused to cease to have environmental concerns, given the exceeding number of fake news that have been produced over the last 10 years. So in communication media, we can say traditional media, we have more and more relevant information to keep the spirit of objectiveness, and we can never handling the fake news, because we can never fall to the temptation because we should access the means of communication. Even now, the community needs to have access to means of communication that is committed to more truthful information. And to complement the view, as you had mentioned, that items that put in check our credibility, our trustworthiness as a means of communication, we many times as technicians get the data in raw data, and we have to work them very well so the audience the public would understand, and that the means of communication, whether they be classic or new, that the target audience has to be understood. It's no use being in TikTok and Facebook and Instagram, my website and my printed media, if I can't communicate with that audience, if I can't send the technical information that comes to be hit by energy shortage in eolic parks, as Brazil has been suffering, or transition of economic and green and hydrogen transition. If I can't communicate that, if I don't know how to do that communication with my audience, so it's important to keep that credibility I have with my audience, be it image, TV, or video. It's very important to have this mea culpa done, to read data properly and correctly work them, and be able to read it and send it to our audience.
Well said.
Well said, no. ¿Tú cómo? Bueno, voy a regresar un poquito con Armando, si no te molesta, porque hay una cuestión que a mí me interesa.
Well, I'm going to speak something if it doesn't bother you. A question that comes to my eye. Well, you have a very wide background. You cover economy, and one of the things that our foundation has been doing for the last for a long time is not talking about the environment, not because of environmentalism, but by as economic opportunity we can face. Because going with the front, which is renewables, it's a better return when you work with a mine or where we have traditional means of energy production, so it can reach the better sellers, and can reach communities and give them acquisitive power. So for you to handle with this output or this political discourse that if there is actually climate change or anything, but if you leave it aside to talk about economic incentive for energy transformation, so how do you see this perspective, or do you think this is part of economy to talk about rational incentives besides and beyond the environmental incentives?
A gente aqui no Ceará observa muito essa transição.
Well, here in Ceará, we observe this transition a lot. We have carbon-based thermal plants here next to PCI and next to eolic parks in our coastline. So when you observe the coverage, that there is still stimulus for this kind of generation, and with sometimes enlarging data that could have already been finished, and you see colleagues talk about a political lobby or a business lobby that's still very strong in this economic matter that weighs upon energy transition. So we covered that with a lot of, in a very fierce way, especially for the environmental and political agenda, to see what are the deadlines for that transition, see when some thermal coal-based thermal should finish, including upon the economic viewpoint that could generate some impact on the consumer's pockets. And it's on us to connect the dots and see that functional thermal energy is much more expensive than a construction of a transmission line that can connect our eolic parks, which are in the Northeast, for example, which are many too often offering supports to the large production poles in the country, which are in the Southeast. So we are very attentive to these agendas, both business and political ones, to see the movement, to see what the entrepreneurs are thinking about it, because they have like billions of dollars in investments in thermal plants, and if billionaire investments in large eolic parks and solar parks. So we see this reflected in the country's agenda. So in the projects putting regulatory marks as the green hydrogen which has been approved almost 1.5 years in delay as to the expectation of the X sector, and the offshore eolic farms that have been on hold from Brazil. Well, I'd like to add some experience in the sense that, well, yeah, this debate about the responsibility of education for the means of communication. Is it the responsibility or not? Would it be? This is the first debate. Is this the first responsibility of communication agencies such as yours to inform people, or would be just the responsibility of selling a product? So it would be a more unethical and moral debate that we could talk about, and it's also in the lecture debate about this moral position for the means of communication. So, and being the sense that the responsibility comes to this end. How do you see this with in the marks of your work?
Well, it's definitely a moral responsibility, but we have to look at it from a few different perspectives, right? And if we just kind of pare that down, one of the most important things is to understand that climate change is happening, right? And climate action has to happen now. Now, what does that look like in terms of action? We're going to plan and do, throughout the last 2 days, like we heard great conversations about funds that have been raised and COP and all of those things. I think those are important conversations, but I think also from a communication standpoint, right, that conversation has to pair back to communities, right? You have to look at education and bringing this information into early childhood, into, when we speak from a US term, into the junior high schools, college graduate programs, as conversations so that, young people can move this conversation, not from this has been put on you to bear the weight of that, but more so from a perspective of knowing that you grew up with this information, you growing up with this technology, you're growing up with the fact that it's not just a hardship, it becomes a way of life, right? And I think just like other forms of data and information that we've been, trained in, that we've grown into, and we were talking about that earlier, right? We're of a generation where we had to, go from analog to digital. You have a generation now, whether it's, your millennial, your Gen Zs, or your Alpha Gens, that understand this information from a native place. If you're understanding that information from a native place, that means from an educational standpoint, you definitely have to be able to bring this into the schools, into curriculums, into a process where it is organic, it's natural, it's not being forced. You don't need to buy media, you don't need to use PR, any level of press, because you grow into this information naturally and organically. So from a moral standpoint, I think it's important that governments globally look at this, from a perspective, how do you bring this into early childhood, into middle school education, and so on and so forth in order to move this conversation.
Thank you. Ángel, no sé, hay muchas dinámicas, evidentemente, que podemos estar
Temos
hablando.
muitas dinâmicas aqui, evidentemente que nós podemos discutir. Tem muitas conspirações. There are many conspiracies and dynamics that we could discuss about of who moves what, because we said a mental change that's necessary, but well, in around 30 to 40% of means of communication are not of what's reality. That change, climate change is there, is out there, and you read in the newspapers, you read the newspapers by Millet, for example, and it seems like people don't seem to notice or want to show that there's a climate change, and you start to think how much of a political agenda you can see there, because for among those politicians and companies they have, this is your role in as a means of communication to talk about this agenda, the matter of environmental change. Well, historically speaking, it's climate change. It's change of minds is something that's climate change has been taking place since the Earth was formed, and the influence upon from the human being upon nature has to be considered, and the matter of accountability. And so we can there have been some relevant regions, there have been some floods that have been causing 200 and a few deaths we know of, but well, in the end, many too often information about this from about nature in this sense Well, we've had the type of information. You find five types of consideration and opinions, and then too often we face, and they are faced by the means of communications. And as Jay mentioned, well, it has to be widespread because but many things have to be done by the means of communication. But the main one is when we should focus on objectivity, data objectivity, because if in some cases if you get an educational work in every front, and if you're in communication, you're sending the world away from the actual information and the periodicity of information, and you consider freedom, and you have regional means of communications like newspapers not depend that somebody could be sponsoring a newspaper, or that would be the ideal, of course, but so, well, it's a newspaper. We need publicity. So you need advertisement. So you need you get companies answering to their own interests, and you won't add companies that's affecting that has been affected by in their own interest. So, well, when it becomes how much of remaining you have objectivity and freedom you have as a journalist, when you try to communicate what you want and not limiting this economic model from which we depend in the traditional media, because on the internet you can input whatever you want, but you don't need anything. That's why we have direct communication, freedom of communication. But everything that connects in the O Povo newspaper, there's some kind of credibility. But if it goes out in the computer, it has a lot less. And we are lucky to have commercial partners that also defend energy transition. And we live in a state that supports that been supporting that for over 20 years. So having this partnership, both in the government and business, means it makes our journalistic activity very much easier. And even when we have face-offs in the media, we have a kind of independence. But having a history of a newspaper which is 90 years old, and a communication means that have been building this credibility, gives you some backing. So for more trustworthy information and for facing ops, because at times you should give information that's not in the interest of a large commercial partner to the newspaper, of a large economic weight sector, and you can still do that coverage. You can still, and many times you get to change that reality. Thank you very much. Now, I believe this is the last lecture of the afternoon, so take your chance. Most of you will get very glad, but I have to say, I'll ask you for your final thoughts, for your final comments, and even so you can leave finish the day with with a lighter mind. But I'm sorry, some things are difficult, but it doesn't happen in the means of communication. But if a free fell in the middle between a building, nobody saw it, so you say, well, if it didn't fall, if it didn't get out on CNN, nobody saw it, so it didn't happen. So nobody communicated, nobody saw it. So that's the importance of communication, of media. So that something that has taken place for any media comes up, for let's say 200 people that showed up in Spain, that let's say was covered 24/7 coverage, and it sounded much more difficult. For example, if you compare to India, we have more people dying. So what's the final responsibility of the means of communication? If you could leave your final thoughts, I would be very grateful about that. So Jay.
So I'll try to answer that. There was a delay in translation there. So the whole process that we need to look at in terms of what communication should be and can be is, again, as you mentioned, platforms like the CNNs, the big platforms, right? It's very hard to push media into these platforms. But I think you do have to look at, alternative forms of how you move that. I think moving that, yes, through traditional newspapers is one way, but obviously, like I said, there's a consolidation of that information. So you must look at the platforms that are available to you, right, and disseminate that information with truth. I think when we do interviews and what have you, we use what's called validators, right? That is a person that has credibility. That is a person that can verify and deliver that information in a meaningful way. When you look at how you use validators in the way that we use them. For instance, it's having a political official maybe at a community event and then circulating that topic. That way, you know that one, from a local press standpoint, media will become part of that, and you can have the chance and the opportunity for that to be picked up by a larger outlet for larger distribution. We had to find, tricks and methods to move around this challenge, this wall, so to speak, and we're finding good points of success with it. But I think ultimately it's up to the individuals who are fighting the fight for climate change, climate action to build those conversations through their platforms, through the networks. Don't hesitate to, podcast, don't hesitate to create videos, don't hesitate to create short content that moves this information, because if it's information that is relevant, it will get picked up. You don't have to wait until there's a disaster where a larger outlet is going to come in and only tied into breaking news, right? Because that's really the trend in news. If it's not breaking news, something tragic, something horrible, it actually doesn't make the news. So again, I think all of us have power to generate news. All of us have power to push that conversation. And I think it takes, not just 100, but a mass of people, a movement to actually move these conversations and not necessarily depend on mainstream media to have a successful conversation around climate change.
Pues Jorge, la pregunta es muy interesante porque como consideración final, yo en primer lugar agradecerte.
Well, as final consideration, I'd like to thank you because this is a very important point. I'd like to thank you for having held this event with the pathway we have been come through and the number of professionals that have come here. And you said means of communication have some responsibility to inform, and it's relevant that events such as these that have been taking place in Ceará and nationwide reflect this energy transition as not only that, but also to position Ceará and Fortaleza as an example of relevant as a government and a state can influence and can raise awareness of what is a fair energy transition. So and also about international analysts that have been coming through this stage. So this is the power communication has. We are a means of communication. We are transmission vehicles, and so we are among the most influencing people who know about the access energy has. It's relevant because we all talk about different themes, but as a means of communication. So, well, it gives us availability to offer this contrast of people and to see themes that have been handled, we have a lot of work, a whole lot of work ahead of us. And they have good data, they have information, the information that has coming. That has been, as it's happening in Ceará, it makes our journalistic work much easier because we have information which are technical and we have a very trustworthy source of information. And because otherwise you wouldn't have the possibility to effectively know if this information is good or bad or regulated. So the means of communication have been afflicted with the relevance of the source relevance. It's very important for us as journalists. So source forums like this that have access to the largest, to the greatest experts in the world, it makes our job much easier. So here you have serious references and with professionals that in our case we can activate, we can contact these people with a communication campaign, interview, article, and then that always get our objectivity to be reached since the source is good. You see, there's a war of narratives, as you mentioned, Trump, and we had a period like that with Bolsonaro, president here, that many people believed on flat Earth, and that man didn't go to the moon, and we having access to people in an event such as this, in so trustworthy sources like you, and being given a chance to give voice and becoming the means of communication from those sources and eliminate all the other sources that disseminate fake news and fake information, and well, and they take over great reports, and they take over people who are actually impacted into this widespread award, both for climate change and energy transitions for in positive ways, so in other not so positive ways. So having an event such as this in Ceará, with this history of 20 years in that has a history of over 20 years in energy transition, having the sources, and we can, get in line with the information and saying that we are the most trustworthy channels for transmitting this information is essential. It has been essential, and this is how we should handle this kind of information as journalists.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias a todos.
So thank you very much. Thank you for holding us for 2 whole days. And well, we hope that out of this conversation we have the information, great information. With and here we are with assistance of means of communication to the final words. If you can give us, let's hope we have the chance to have it done every year, as it's done in many places of the world. It's really relevant here. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gracias, chicos. Bueno, pues nada, una foto. Una foto de familia. Jorge, vamos a la corriente. A ver, para acá. Va a terminar picantones el evento ya terminamos picantones.
Por España y por el rey. Gracias.
as a concrete result to position the state of Ceará internationally to take clear measures in terms of energy transition. We call this Declaration of Ceará, and at this moment we will read it in the three official languages of the event, Spanish, English, and Portuguese. Once read, we would like to invite some of you present here for you to sign this document, to have a last picture, and may this serve to adhere to this declaration and to have the commitment of all the entities to adhere to this commitment. We, the participants of the summit celebrated in Ceará in 28 and 29 of November 2024, we've reunited the goal to approach the challenges and the opportunities of transition for a more sustainable energy future. We declare, we recognize that climate urgence demands immediate actions to reduce the emissions of greenhouse effect gas and to limit the global temperature according to the goals of Paris. Energy transition is the benefit in all the communities, especially the most vulnerable. The international collaboration is essential to share knowledge, resources, and experiences to accelerate the adoption of sustainable solutions and allow to challenge the global difficulties. We foster development and energies like solar, wind power, hydroelectric, and biomass, exploring also the strategic potential of technologies, emerging technologies like green hydrogen. To invest and to promote access to advanced technology and to generate green jobs. To guarantee a fair transition and to guarantee that sustainable remains be inclusive, offering supports and to all the communities and workers. To strengthen to work with neighbor countries and international organizations to approach common challenges and to potentialize shared initiatives that will help transition energy. We ask the governments to clear policies and to foster energy and to protect the environment. Financial institutions to increase renewable energy projects and energy efficiencies with a new portfolio, diversified portfolio for innovative societies. Civil society and local communities to participate actively in the decisions and to promote sustainable practices in their territories. Conclusion, energy transition is a shared responsibility and a only unique opportunity to build a future that is more sustainable, fair, and resilient. With the support of the technological innovations and emerging solutions like green hydrogen, we can advance to energy systems that answers to the climate changes and economic challenges. May we transform our economies to benefit the future, the current and future generations. signed in Ceará, Brazil, 29th of November, 2024. I'd like to call Mrs. Secretary of State, Mr. Pablo Gabutin. To everyone following us from the Gustavo Medel. Gustavo. So I would like to let it clear. So all the international organisms, they've been supporting us and they've been very generous. Complex processes that may pass internally. I'd like to thank the presence of Banco Mundial and other banks and other entities of funding. Four of the most important institutions that we have in this continent. I'd like to invite everyone to sign this. Many departed already, but we will be follow you up for you to sign this document.